Hello everybody, and welcome back to another Final Fantasy XIV stream. So yeah, I was kind of supposed to stream yesterday, but yeah, that didn't end up happening. Stuff ended up dragging out too long, and I just didn't feel like streaming at the end of it because it ended up being a bit too late. But I could basically start. So yeah. Ended up not streaming yesterday. I am, however, going to do an 8-hour stream today instead. So from now until like 7:30-ish, what I'm planning. I guess we'll try and see if we can either get at least a decent amount into the main story quest, or maybe even finish it. I don't know yet. Guess we'll see. Yeah. Guess we'll just jump right into it. Because we are in the. This is the start of the very last patch of the main story quest for A Realm Reborn, Astral Era part. Let's just.
Have you a moment, Shauna? I believe it a wish to word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moen Brida's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast.
Okay, go and talk to Ida. See what she has to talk about.
Hey, it's Shauna. Great. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So, I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you, and the daisy, at Wraithfrost.
Okay. And talk to Rowena. So, see, while I didn't actually stream yesterday, I did play Final Fantasy. Did also have to go and do a little bit of shopping with my dad, because he basically wanted to go and buy some stuff that I needed for a shelves that were supposed to basically be behind me, where I could basically like put some books and whatnot. And we also found I'm actually not sure what that is called in English right now because I don't know the word, but let me just quickly search for that. I don't know what it is actually called. It's called. That doesn't seem right. That translation. Maybe it is. Okay, so apparently this website, it basically in Danish it's called an emhætte, because but in English it's apparently either called a exhaust hood, a cooker hood or a range hood. I don't know if any of those are correct, but it's basically the thing that you have above your stove that basically like sucks out the like food smell, I guess, and smoke. If there's any, basically just any like air that's produced when cooking. Yeah, basically I had to get another one of those because the one that was basically installed in my kitchen when I moved in here didn't work, and I haven't had one in like, what's that now? 2 years where it hasn't worked. So me and my dad basically found one that we got at a little bit cheaper than what it was actually listed at the store, and we just need to like plug it in, which we'll have to wait until another day where my dad has time for it. So I currently have a this exhaust hood or whatever the hell it's called sitting in my living room along with like some stuff for the shelves, because my dad needs to cut the planks of wood that we bought down a little bit because they're a little bit too large. Basically the space where the like shelves need to be is around 118 centimeters wide, but the pieces of wood were like I think it was like 120, so like 2 centimeters too large. And my dad basically thought, okay, it's gonna cut down to like not just 118 but 115. There's a little bit of space on the side, so it doesn't like end up being extremely like tight fit.
What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade? Ed,
The guild.
they've got you running errands now? Them Scions really know how to make the most o' your talents, don't they? Send in the savior of Eorzea to the Bleedin' Market. Fine use o' your time, that is. Seriously, though, you'd best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the Chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The Moon Daisy, was it? Here, then, take it. And tell that it alas I've got a wide selection o' headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy ol' mask o' hers. Gods know, she needs to.
Okay. Oh, let's head over to Faith Frost. Guessing. Yep, it's where at the funeral. Oh yeah, actually in between streams I also got something else done. I actually don't remember if I did this before or not, but at least got every class to 30. I don't remember if I had already done that. I think I had like Monday, but did get the last few crafting classes to 50, or at least 51. So I think that was like weaver, maybe leather worker, and armor. Maybe also carpenter. One that I was working on then. Yeah, armor for example, I got up to 52 yesterday. Essentially all I did was just find a level quest in the main city that the skill was in, because that's appears that you can only like get like armor, blacksmith, culinarian level quests, trained level quests in Limsa, for example. You just found the one that gave the most XP, crafted a shit ton of that item. In this case, I think it was like the favorite. Nope. What was it again? Bull Hoblin. I basically crafted like, I think it was over an like over one of these full. I think it was like all of this, and then this was basically just full of those, most of them being like high quality, and basically just turned those in. I had to do it one at a time, so it took a while, but basically got me from like 31, I think, to I think like 51. I think it was just 50. Then I just did the quest line, or the quests, its armor to get the highest level. Basically get the find it. Guess this one. The tool and the hats. Which I haven't turned in yet. I'm basically just taking all of these like crafter hats I've gotten so far and just put in my like a glamour chest. I feel like they could be kind of nice to have. Also, I kind of like this part of it, the thing that you can like open the visor. Anyway.
Ugh, Rowena can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again. And then again. And then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it.
Moon daisies are often hung to rafters, trees, or other elevated locations to represent the celestial body. When performing holy rituals to the goddess Dina during daylight hours. Okay.
Mo and Bridal love these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Oh shit. Dragons.
Is that what I think it is?
Although I guess technically those would be considered Viren if you have to go by some definitions of like dragons, since they don't have 4 legs, those, but yeah, I don't know how the classification for like dragons work in Final Fantasy.
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
There's the word that I've heard so many times being feared by people. Pray return. I remember like last time I streamed, there was people in my FC just talking about like how they absolutely feared the word pray, because it was almost always just like followed up by return, which meant hey, How about you head back to the current base, which, at least there in Mordona, it's fine since there's a like crystal, but having to go all the way back to the Waking Sands was a bit annoying. Okay. Let's see what Alphino has to say. I'm guessing it's because of the dragons that we need to help with. I assume.
My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Mo and Brida's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Kourats will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report.
Is it the knight that we've interacted with before?
The envoy is here.
This?
I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries, if I may.
Yeah.
Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians? Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Imeric himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault.
You paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcements you seek, then.
We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the horde. Sir Imeric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid.
Very well. I shall depart for Kourats at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence.
It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations, and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Imeric's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellows' involvement. You faced Midgardsormr and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well.
'Twould seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Shauna.
I don't remember her name right now.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Iceheart, that's what it was. I think her real name was something like E. Like it started with the E, I think. Couldn't remember the fact that it was actually Iceheart. I know it was something like Ice, Frost, something like ice related. But I just couldn't remember the actual thing. What is that?
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Oh, that was like the spell of the magic berry, I guess. Defenses that they have. That's bad. That's very bad. Okay, I'll have Dragonhead. Wonder if we'll see dragons like flying around above Ishgard. I think if they made that sort of change. Let's see, Ishgard is this way. Can you see any? Nope. Don't see any dragons, it seems. There's Alvino.
It seems I was the swifter, Shauna. You two, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place, and find out what is afoot.
Okay. So we're heading over there then. Question the knights that are here.
The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors, they are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered.
Heretic scum. How dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy even if it means cutting them down one by one.
We need not fret over much, there are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine.
Okay.
When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones.
Twould seem the heretic struck the first, and most telling, blow against Ishgard.
Science. We expected you at Camp Dragonhead.
My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates, and thought it prudent to investigate the cause.
Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders, and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Imeric awaits you.
Hey. Arms roar.
Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid, and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Orchifant will know where Sir Imeric means to receive us.
Okay, on to Orchifant.
"'Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived, and would treat with you in the intercessory."
I had a feeling it was there. Why would it be anywhere else other than right over here?
"Greetings, madam. Shall I show you inside?" "I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience." "On the contrary, Master Alphinaud, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estonine.
Dragoon, I'm guessing.
May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? An impressive title, though I confess, I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all. Yet even among such masters of the lance, Estonine is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander." "Ah, it is you. But of course, it is only fitting that fate should draw the two of us together. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. 'Twould seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg. One of the 7 great WYRMS. His name features prominently in your nation's history. Though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Koarat since Ishgard's founding. Many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the bested WYRM's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength. And then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years, the dragons endure. Patient. Calculating. Inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great WYRMS, they who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that, we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander. Yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Koathets would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garleans' arrival, that is, for you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Koathets. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordhona? 7 hells. Ahem. Very well, we will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great WYRM may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar. Allow me, Ser Imeric. Through the power of the eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you. And the eye itself is of no relevance to this tale, it is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the WYRM who roared? Was Nidhogg, I. He means to hurl his horde against Danafin's collar, and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt, the WYRM has summoned his minions to war. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Ser Imeric was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed.
Kinda curious actually, how many quests do we have left? Just gonna quickly open up the list of the quests. Being committed to the course, that is the 4th quest out of 16.
If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent.
Okay. Okay, so doing this one, there's 3 quests, and still be basically a quest with a trial. Needs to be done. And this trial is done. We have 5 or 6 quests till we hit the I don't know, hit the quest, I guess, that requires us to basically do the Crystal Tower stuff. Waste.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified?
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
wonder what that was about.
I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alphanod. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers, and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Coerthas. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slaffborn on the brewing conflict, and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tateru accompany you? She has a talent for administration, and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter.
Okay, so we're gonna be partnering up with Tateru, I guess. Tateru. I actually don't know which way it's supposed to be pronounced. Could essentially be both Tateru or Tataru. Just don't remember how it's pronounced according to like in-game dialogue.
We are rather close to Coerthas, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Shauna. I've 101 things to discuss with Slaffborn.
Appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Coerthas, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary, as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at the siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms.
Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse.
Okay.
Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard.
Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to ya about. I need ya to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the procession plant. A lad from Little Olomigo by the name O. Will Red was there with the fourth that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have ya? Gods damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Will Red stopped turnin' up for duty, them black market weapons went missin' from our vault in Ul'dah. So now, o' course, half the braves suspect the lad making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection o' mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing as binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Will Red's a fresh-faced novice, a bleedin' whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. There's a villain at the end o' this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Will Red. Enerode, ye got a war to wage, so I'll let ye get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing ye, Shauna.
Okay, I believe Will Red was the Alamigan that we recruited. I think that's the case.
So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, though I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do? Sell me blade to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one o' them knights before, ye know. Watched me like a bloody hawk, he did. Still, I'd put up with worse than that for a heavy purse.
Okay.
Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claimed the lives of every one of my brothers, I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventurer in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall.
There you are, Shauna. So? Did you sway any hearts? One or two, well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slafborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least.
Okay. I'm kind of thinking of maybe just jumping over to the break slash, I don't actually know what's called it, BRB screen, because I kind of want some quick to go and mix myself some tea. Maybe because my throat feels a little bit weird, so I'm thinking maybe tea might help. I don't know. Just going to jump over here and just throw out this. Yeah, I'll be back in like, I would say maybe 7-10 minutes at most. Shouldn't be much longer than that. Like should at most 10 minutes, I think. It's gonna be the amount of time, so yeah. See you guys in just a bit. Okay, I'm back, and I think that took more than that might have taken more than 10 minutes. I'm not sure. But got my tea. That's nice. Okay, let's get started on an allied perspective, which is the quest right before we have to start doing a trial.
Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alphanod. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight. And they've requested your presence. As usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Ul'dah, or you'll be late. Alphanod said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade.
Okay. Ul'dah. And the Chamber of Rule. And let me guess, it's either down the stairs or right up next to the entrance to the Chamber of Rule. It's basically just one of the two. Yeah, it's up by the Chamber of Rule area. Yep. Basically, it was either going to be up there or right down there. Little like balcony-esque thing.
My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent requests for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we?
It's going to be a voiced cutscene. Assuming might be.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Ul'dah has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
Maybe she's just going to do this, so it progresses on its own.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Teleji Adeleji and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes, the free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sellswords?
Sellswords.
Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Makes sense.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Orchifant and Ser Imeric to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Captain Ilbert. What news? Then the assault is begun? We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Shauna, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Ser Mark Ellen at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory.
Okay. So, off Dragonhead. Okay, so when this quest is done, we should have a quest where I need to go into a trial. And I'm probably gonna quickly check the we keep like any general strats I might
You are the
need.
appointed captain of the sellsword contingent? Then, welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them.
It is a large trial? Yep. They're in a
This is,
little bit.
of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the steps of faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain.
White Brim. That was behind White Brim. Needs to go. Yeah, I don't remember what it's called. Steps of Faith. That's what it's called. I need to spam the stone too. Okay. Just need to return that. Oh wait. Oh, I'm not actually done defeating things. I need to go there. Should probably have looked at the map actually. Maybe it's some roof here. Anymore. Come on, does die already? Arrow basically killed it. Nice. And apparently I could actually have gotten over to where I wanted to go, but like by simply flying right from there, but need to go further, it seems.
What news, adventurer? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? Dravanian devils. Damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, my lady. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come.
Okay. Get quick arm materia or quick tongue materia. Find their skill speed or spell speed from this one.
Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. All now rests on us, adventurer. Lead your comrades out onto the steps of faith and prepare to meet the horde. May the fury guide your blades.
Okay, steps of faith. It's now accessible. Okay, let's quickly take a look at if there's any specific strats. Okay, apparently, according to the wiki, it says that as of version 5.3, this battle is rather trivial. So, yeah. I might as well just quickly see if there is anything. Quickly, apparently some stuff with some bridges. Okay, so apparently, yeah, it seems like there is some strategy stuff, but it's mainly like cannons that needs to be dealt with, and that's apparently just the DPS that needs to worry about that. From what I can see. You want to join up for the trial so far, or you not want to do that right now? So not, then I'll just queue up. Alright, I'll just queue up on my own then. Let's see, this one is trivial. Alright. There it is. Steps of faith. Have I done Crystal Tower yet? Not yet. I'm basically gonna wait with doing the Crystal Tower quests until I hit. I think once I'm done with the quest called The Least Among Us, I'm thinking of doing the Crystal Tower quest there after that one, because I basically can't progress further at that point anyway, because yeah, the requirement of doing the Crystal Tower quest is basically just the quest after that. Yeah, I still have 3 alliance raids to do before I'm actually like done with all dungeons, trials, and raids. It's one you'll like to do, right? So apparently healers are supposed to be under here. Okay. All of those dead. Okay, first this over to there. Okay, and they were just resurrected. sorry if I'm not really talking a whole lot. I'm busy just trying to focus on this. Oh. Shit. Didn't exactly know what the fuck was happening there. We had one person who could resurrect there. It's getting me up. Nice. I'm definitely giving this commendation to the fellow healer. And I got 4 commendations, nice.
The dragons, they are withdrawing. Victory is ours. one of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter. I shall slay Iceheart, and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great WYRM, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance.
Okay. Elf now.
Shauna. The dragons are rooted. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Leveler, Shauna. True to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. I too would offer my thanks, Shauna. Through your deeds, we have achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And, mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire. But, step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And, as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbert back to Ul'dah, and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll, and share your tale with Minfilia in person.
Will do. Let's see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quests to do. Or I need to start doing the Crystal Tower quests. Let's see. Minfilia has to say, or Minfilia say about this, or victory. I'm guessing she's going to be happy.
Shauna, welcome back. Alphanod sent word of the siege. And, of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Shauna. Thank you.
Let's go with speed, I guess.
You must be weary, Shauna. And now may very well be your only chance to...
Guessing nope.
Antecedent. A messenger from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah. An invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul'Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah, in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you, for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? Ah, but mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Mo and Brida, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tateru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I have never known Tateru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss?
We have to go and check on Tateru. Put Tateru at her desk. Okay. Just going to check the message that I got. That was the only reason I wasn't moving. He's a Tateru's not here.
Tateru is conspicuous by her absence. Tateru? I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied.
Strange. It seems to be around here. Ish, that I'm supposed to look for. I'm like seeing them. Oh, it's actually a decently sized area. Ah, there she is.
Oh, Shauna, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly. But it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. Ah, you always know what to say, Shauna. I'm glad we had this little chat.
Okay. I'm guessing go and talk to Minfilia and we get to know what it is that's troubling Tataru. I'm guessing. Yep, Tataru is here.
Yes, Tataru. You have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but Shauna made me realize that there's no time like the present. And time is what I'm here to ask you for. I am not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hoary Boulder and Cowell Tenet have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I, too, should acquire the power to defend myself. And others, more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard.
Hey.
Whoa, hey. That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help, antecedent?
Not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me?
Oh, yes. Pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol. And I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard.
We had to fill the role, right?
Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer, of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party.
Very well. I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able.
My thanks, antecedent. I take my leave of you.
We're gonna be the person who needs to do that. Wait, what? Oh, there's 2 quests here. Okay, both of them I need to do. Guess I might as well just accept both of them.
The power to defend oneself? Tataru has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianger mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanema. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanists Guild in Limsalam in Sa? Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I am not alone in my concern for her safety.
Might as well just accept both of them while we're here.
I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I am sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now, I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a woman of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault. I thank you, Shauna. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hoary Boulder and Cowell Tenet were to act as 2 such escorts, as was a 3rd adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You truly are a pillar of strength, Shauna. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe.
Okay. Guess I'll just start by probably doing the ones here. Then proceeding to the town room ones.
Ah, Shauna. Is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Kyle Tennant? Our misfortune is become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the warrior of light herself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by malms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Shauna, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need do is follow the man, he will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Shauna, in spirit, we shall be together every step of the way.
Okay. Okay, so it's Camp Tranquil, and I also need to go Arcanist Guild. Let's start with this one. Okay, Unsettled Scholar.
At last, the science woman deigns to grace me with her presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Issamhar. Come, we are late enough as it is.
Okay.
Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust one need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts.
Okay. I think it would probably be one of those where it's just like meet some enemies, spawn in, that's it.
I see we have both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome. Though, if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Mold awaits. Shall we?
I feel like it's a bit more difficult to fight quietly. I think he wants me to. How can I fight more quietly when I'm literally in combat?
Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work.
Okay. that's all of them.
Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I am not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more side to survey.
And that's down at the lost city of Endapor. Okay.
As before, my guardian. Pray leave me to my task and ensure our safety.
I assume this is probably the last measurements he needs to take.
This data should prove invaluable too. Ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantwazes while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal.
Alright.
You chose to paddle in the Itcher a while longer, I take it? No matter, I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment.
Made yourself a lunch. Nice. Least among us. Better to serve the science of the Seventh Dawn than a humble scholar and his faithful assistant. Either spirit-bound potion or durability route. Or money.
For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Eartha's Fount.
Like lunch, I mean, it is only like around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so I'd still consider it like maybe a little bit late lunch, but it's not like extremely late at least.
The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes. No, don't bother answering, that was rhetorical. Now, come along.
Tea time lunch. I mean, I did just, like, I don't know, like 10 minutes ago finish up my tea that I'd made earlier. But that was just kind of because I felt like having tea. I mean, in my case, I wouldn't be having anything else to eat until, like, dinner. That's mainly because I hardly ever really eat lunch unless I have, like, a small portion of food, like, left over from, like, dinner. Like, if I've made, let's say, chili con carne, I usually make, like, a relatively large portion, where I can, like, eat some on the day that I make it, and then have some leftovers that I can eat for dinner a day or two later, and then I'll usually have like a small portion that isn't really worth eating for dinner, but then I usually eat it for like lunch sometimes. That's usually what I end up doing for lunch if I eat anything. I think I need a new shaker for your caffeine addiction. I don't have a shaker personally, but I don't really use it for anything. I actually don't really know what I would use it for.
You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements.
Okay. Rock, and I think that's might be one of those. Actually, no, that doesn't seem like it. Oh, that might have been one of those.
Yes, quite
unrelated
high,
monsters.
Yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th astral era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else?
You normally don't want to go without food for more than 4 hours. I've just kind of gotten used to it, I think.
Something else. Scion. Scion, come here. I need you.
Usually I just eat like what? That's Wilfred, or whatever his name was.
Fear not, my friends. Help has arrived. There you are, Shauna. Hori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Gutted like a hog, but not by one, no. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight, either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield.
Usually I just eat like I guess slightly more filling lunch, or not lunch, breakfast, and then I usually end up eating dinner a little bit earlier. Usually I end up eating dinner before streaming, so it's usually around like 5 evening. Where, for example, back when I lived with my parents, we usually ate dinner at around, I don't know, like 7, around there at least, like late 6, maybe 7-ish. I'm kind of addicted to energy drinks for a long time. I'm actually surprised that I never actually ended up really drinking energy drinks. I don't think I've actually ever really bought energy drinks. I think the only time I did was one time when I went to a anime convention, one of the first ones I actually went to with one of my friends, and we decided, because it was essentially, they had like sleeping areas that you could like have bought a ticket to, but both of us didn't. And it was like a weekend, so we ended up staying up for like 3 days, basically. We basically arrived at the convention like some point in the, I think, afternoon-ish on a Friday, and then basically just stayed awake until like at some point, like during the middle of the day, slight afternoon, Sunday. I think that was one of the only times I basically bought an energy drink. You also have for 3 days, it isn't good for you. I mean, it was back when I was like, what? How old was I then? I think I might have been like 19 or 20 at the time. We weren't smart about that. And let's just say we were extremely tired. I think at one point there was basically a room where they had like just anime playing, where you could go in and watch that. I think at some point they had like several episodes of Gintama playing, and we basically just like sat in the back, kind of on the floor, just trying to hide and just kind of fell asleep at one point. I think that was like the evening between Saturday and Sunday, because we were just so tired. Like, we were just basically dead at that point. We were just so tired. The main problem was just like, as soon as like during most of the day it wasn't a problem. It was just like during the evening when nothing was happening. We couldn't really go anywhere. Like, the con was still open, but nothing was really happening. Like, the game area, I think, was closed off. Nothing was happening in like Artist Alley, all that sort of stuff. So it was only like one room where they like played anime, and I think that was it. And I kind of think we both agreed to like never do that again. But I think that was also the last time we went to specifically that convention, because that was like the first year after they had moved it. I think they moved it somewhere in Copenhagen, slightly outside Copenhagen. I don't remember the exact place. But it was basically just a bit more of a pain in the ass to get to than it was before, so yeah. Didn't really go to it after that. Yeah, I believe it was Genki. That we did that like the first year after it had. It was in Roskilde. It was originally like a few years, and then the first year that it basically moved somewhere, it was around Copenhagen. I don't remember the exact place, but we went the first year that it had moved, and I think we kind of stopped after that. We did still go for a few years to J-Pop Con, but I think the last time I went to that was, I think, back in 2019, I think. 2019 or 2018, I don't remember what the year. But that was like with some of my classmates, where we just went for like one day. Yeah, it's been a while since I actually went to a convention, like in the traditional sense, with like all 3 days hanging out, all that sort of stuff. But it's mainly just been because I haven't really had like any reason to go, I feel like, and also due to the whole like situation these last like what, almost 2 years now. It's kind of prevented that from happening. One of your friends has been trying to get you to go to Genki for years now. Nice. I mean, it's a fun convention. I specifically remember at one point, me and my friend, who I basically went to conventions with, back when I believe, yeah, Genki was still located in Roskilde. We went one year, and I think for like maybe 1 or 2, like for a decent amount of time, the karaoke area, they basically had like a trailer or something outside the convention. I don't know if it was actually a trailer, but something along those lines that they had set up where you could like go in and sing karaoke. I think we were basically just in there for like a few hours or something, just hanging out because no one else was there, so we could just like put on any song we wanted that had been added to the list, which was kind of cool. But yeah.
I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause had Will Red to come here? What should we do? We will see to the scholar's protection, Shauna. And the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I.
It's kind of interesting why Will Red would just have been like killed here. Actually, quickly check something here. Let's see the quest that. Yep. Before I head back to Minfilia, I'm gonna go and help Tataru, because her quest basically ends there as well. So might as well just to get both of the quests done before turning them in, to prevent me from having to go back to Minfilia and go to Tataru, help her with her stuff, and then head back to Minfilia again. Might as well just save me the travel. Okay, so Arcanist Guild. To roll back, you don't like the sugar-free options that stores have, I'm assuming in terms of energy drinks. The actual low sugar options are guessing you meant to spell or right hard to find, because had to find doesn't really make sense, but yeah. I don't know, guessing Tataru is not loaded in yet. Or wait, she might be downstairs. That might be the case. Yeah, personally I don't know too much about like energy drinks since I don't really drink them. Ah, there's Tataru. Yeah, she's actually in a new outfit. And has a scholar book and everything. Nice. Or Arcanist book, I guess.
Shauna, what are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see?
I mean, another reason is that I'm here is also I am technically both a summoner and a scholar at this point. So online you found some powder energy drinks that are actually low sugar, like caffeine, and some advertisements. Nice.
I, Tater Itaru, shall become a great and powerful arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thuberjame's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise. Until we meet again.
Go and talk to the guildmaster.
Ah, if it isn't Shauna. What brings you to the guild? So you are acquainted with our newest member. An arcanist of your experience must see that her potential is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. Doubtless you recall receiving similar training under Kalia's supervision?
I remember that one.
A thought occurs to me, why not oversee Tater's training yourself? Given your relationship with the girl and your familiarity with the task, I think you the ideal choice. You need only head to the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate, as before, and observe at a distance.
And something is probably gonna go wrong, and I need to save her. That's at least what I'm assuming is gonna be the case. Okay, Mosea. Actual sucrose, sucrose, fruit sugar, not something like aspartame. I have no idea what any of those two are.
o'er azure seas to Pirate's Port where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught came the lass whom none could fool. Beat M with a backdraft, gut M with a gust, deck M with a downburst, go, carbuncle, go. Oh ho ho ho. Are those crates I spy? Ah, and this must be the true test. But we're ready for them, aren't we, carbuncle? Carbuncle?
No, Carbuncle just leaves. Nice. Oh.
Hoa. Come back.
I don't know why it skipped that. Did you find your carbuncle?
I should have known you'd come, Shauna. You needn't say a word, your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Thuberjame of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanema, like so much else, is beyond me.
Okay. Aspartame is an artificial sweetener. The upside to aspartame is how sweet it is. Downside, eats much, and it can, in some circumstances, turn into methanol, and having that inside your body is not a good thing. Ah. Yeah, I can see why that's a problem. Okay, let's see what the Guildmaster has to say about this.
Back so soon? How fared our fledgling arcanist?
Sucrose is a type of naturally occurring sugar that exists in fruit. Ah, alright.
Abysmally, Mistress Thuberjame, abysmally, as Shauna will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist. Wrong as usual. I am completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tateru. If that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanema. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side.
Having that inside your body makes, well, the kind of sugar your body handles not naturally. Alright.
In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You are too kind, Mistress Thuberjame. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged.
Sugar good. Yes, yes. Yep. Oh. Ancient ways, timeless wants.
As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off.
Okay. Costa del Sol. I wonder what she wants to find there. Beach party time. But wait, what?
Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the drowning wench told me to look. There is a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time... Ahem. Let us be off.
Amy needs help her get her pearl.
What fortune, I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment.
It's the Asian. Okay, did not get out of that in time. Just keep spamming. So I think I was switching around some of these cooldowns so that they're a little bit easier for me to just easily click.
Well fought, Shauna, well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Eflam in waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the Scions in the Lawmansan markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent, and tell her that she needn't worry about me.
Okay.
Farewell, Shauna, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about, until we meet again?
Seemed a little strange. Last cutscene. Near the end, how she like stopped and smiled. What if she was just happy, or if there's something going on with Satoru?
Welcome home, Shauna. I gather you found Tateru and Limsalam in Sa? My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure. And while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience.
Sometimes you swear Satoru is straight up chaotic good / chaotic neutral. I can see that.
I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. Shauna, you are returned. And you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? Will Red, dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12. How can that be? I will send word to Alpha Knot at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation, and send word to Wilred's family. Gods. He was just a boy. Who would do this, and why? But I am sorry, Shauna. Doubtless this weighs heavy on your heart, and we have already imposed upon you so much. Pray take some time for yourself. I dare say you have more than earned a respite. After all, we will be most busy with preparations as the banquet draws near.
In order to progress in the main scenario, you must first complete certain quests in the Crystal Tower quests.
Hold on, I want that last bit of text that I missed, because I accidentally skipped forward.
Will Red. I will send word to Gods. He was just. Pray take some time for yourself. I dare say you have more than earned a respite. After all, we will be most busy with preparations as the banquet draws near. Should other adventures summon you elsewhere, perhaps now is the time to heed their call?
In order to progress in the main scenario, you must first complete certain quests in the Crystal Tower series. The Crystal Tower quest series may be undertaken by speaking with the outlandish man in Revenant's Toll.
Okay. I'm just gonna go with the cash. And does it just say...
To progress in the Crystal Tower.
Yep. It's Crystal Tower time. You're logging in? Okay. I mean, I do have to like do every single quest basically up to the point where I basically get a what's that called again? Or I actually get the raids unlocked. Did also watch like a video earlier today that basically went over like most of the mechanics that needs to know about. Yeah, actually straight up has quest listed down here. I guess because you need to do it. Yeah, I watched basically a video going over the mechanics for the 3 raids, just so I have a general idea of what to do. Most of them I don't really remember everything, but I kind of have an idea of what I need to do.
Do I know you? Unless I am very much mistaken, you are the famed adventurer who bested the Garlean Empire's general, are you not? The great Shauna Majula herself. Amazing, and more than a little serendipitous. One might even call it fate. I but recently received word of a truly unique opportunity, you see, an opportunity the like of which none but one of your proven worth could take advantage. The reward? Not less than the accumulated knowledge of a fallen civilization. The risk? A single misstep could cost you your life. But what is a little danger to a storied hero such as you?
Outlandish man, yep.
A woman with absolute confidence in her own abilities stands to profit handsomely from this venture. No, I crave no recompense for my part in bringing this opportunity to your attention. The historic discoveries you shall make will be reward enough, I assure you.
So obvious who this. Don't actually recognize who this is.
If my words have fanned the flames of your curiosity, then I bid you seek a man by the name of Rambrose at St. Koinicus Find. It is he who stands at the doorway to untold marvels, awaiting the arrival of a champion bold enough to march across the threshold.
Please don't recognize him, but it might him. Is he a person that I've met so far, or I don't recognize him? It might just be that it's the guy we've met in the main quest before, but I just don't remember. So down here it's also Rambrose.
Why, if it isn't Shauna Majula herself. I was not expecting such a celebrated guest. To what do I owe the honor of this visit?
Nero Salvatore, what his name is. I don't remember him.
You were directed here, you say? By a man clad in foreign garb? Well, the opportunity he spoke of must surely refer to our latest anthropogeographical endeavor. Quite how he came to know of it is another matter. All knowledge of this project was supposed to be restricted to my organization. But that is something for me to ponder in private. You are here now, and your services will, I am certain, prove invaluable. I must warn you, however, that the venture we have in mind is no simple excavation. An unprepared or incautious adventurer could very well find herself on an unplanned end.
Hold on, I'm just gonna quickly try and search for Nero, because I do not remember him. Yeah, I do not recognize him. The red... Oh, him. Now I know who it is. Okay. I was like, who is Nero? But it makes sense that I don't recognize him because he's like not wearing his signature red armor. That like you barely watch him or like see him without it.
Unpleasant journey to Thal's solemn halls. Knowing this, do you still wish to lend us your cooperation?
I had just completely forgotten his name or how he looked.
I rather thought you would say that. Your courage is scarcely a secret. Now, the first.
To bring out the Final Fantasy XIV Power Ranger meme for you to remember. I mean, it was kind of like, Nero? Who's Nero? Then as soon as you mentioned, like, oh, the Red Ranger, like, oh, the Guardian Empire. I also kind of looked up his him on, like, the wiki, or what's that actually? Then what actually called again? The console game wiki, and it did say that like he was like a boss in the Praetorium, which I was like, I feel like that's a spoiler, but I forgot that the Praetorium is one you do during like the end of the like main story of A Realm Reborn.
Shauna, I thought it was you. What brings you to St. Koinikos? Don't tell me the Alliance has sent you on another realm-shaking, history-making mission to lay low an apparently insuperable foe. Yes. No. Ah, I see you two are already acquainted. That is well. Master Garland, our intrepid hero here caught wind of the forthcoming expedition, and has kindly pledged to assist us. She has she? Glad to have you aboard, Shauna. You don't have the faintest idea what you volunteered for, do you? Very well, let us begin at the beginning. The Sons of St. Koinik are tasked with unearthing the secrets of the long-fallen Allagan Empire, and this present endeavor aims to delve more deeply into the civilization's mysteries than ever before. Ah, but I know that look. In the event that you feel ill-equipped to contribute much on the subject of Allagan archaeology, I invite you to recall your encounter with the Ultima weapon. That mechanical monstrosity represented a feat of engineering far beyond what Garlemald can presently achieve. Nero Tol's Siva simply awoke it. I mention this by way of a reminder that you have had what one might term, extensive first-hand experience with a notable Allagan relic. In short, you're practically an archaeologist. Now, to the core of the matter, here in Mordhona, there stands an entire Allagan structure which we have yet to investigate. I speak, of course, of the Crystal Tower. After witnessing the destructive capabilities of the Ultima weapon, and the lesser moon, Dalamud, before it, it seems wise to treat any remnants from that era with the utmost caution. They must be analyzed, monitored, and, above all, kept from falling into the wrong hands. To put it plain, I have no wish to see another megalomaniacal legatus wield one of those weapons. It was this thought which first moved me to contact the Sons and propose that the tower be explored.
There's a mention of Nero here. Ah. Yeah, that would probably have, like, made me realize who you meant by Nero.
For several millennia, the Crystal Tower remained hidden, buried deep underground. But, like so many other things that were better left undisturbed, the structure was freed from its stony prison by the great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the Seventh Umbral Era. It now stands revealed in all its splendor, a gleaming spear of crystal, pointed at the bosom of the heavens.
I had a feeling there was some sort of barrier there.
We believe the tower to be the repository of much of the ancients' wisdom. Unfortunately, its entrance is guarded by formidable defenses, and we cannot so much as peep through the keyhole, much less set foot inside. These defenses take the form of statues, carved into the likeness of giant swordsmen. The 8 Sentinels, as the Sons are wont to call them, is the first barrier we must overcome. Why not simply fly over them in an airship, you ask? It's been tried before. Any vessel that ventures too close to the tower is blasted out of the air. We either destroy those statues, or the front door is forever beyond our reach. My colleagues and I are ill-suited to negotiating such deadly hazards. Thus, if we are to gain access to the tower's secrets, we must needs employ the services of an experienced adventurer. It will be difficult and dangerous, Shauna, but I can think of no finer woman for the task. If I didn't know better, I'd say you had a taste for these deadly escapades. I look forward to working with you again. There is much and more to be done before we can begin the expedition proper. Take some time to prepare yourself, and I shall explain the challenges that lie ahead.
Okay.
Our first objective is to reach the entrance to the Crystal Tower. As I previously mentioned, however, that will prove no easy task. The entrance is guarded by powerful defense mechanisms, each utilizing one of the four elements of fire, water, wind, or earth. Anyone attempting to simply stroll past these unsleeping sentinels invites swift obliteration. Based on Master Garland's analyses, however, we are reasonably certain that the attacks of these lethal contraptions can be reflected using a crystal of the corresponding element. Naturally, these crystals must be of surpassing clarity, free of the slightest impurities, much like the flawless specimens used by the beastmen in their primal summoning rituals. Ahem. Mayhap I should have said exactly like the specimens they use. Were there any other way, we would not ask this of you, but we need someone to enter the beast tribe's strongholds and liberate their perfect crystals. For the moment, I would have you focus on obtaining 2 of the 4 crystals we require. Pray make for Lanasi, where both the Sapsa spawning grounds and Ugamaro mines are located. You may be certain that the materials used in the beastmen's sacred rituals will be well defended. Whether you choose to venture there alone or with companions, I shall leave to your discretion. But whatever you do, please be careful.
Okay. Go with the Sahagan first. So over to the spawning grounds, to the furthest reach of the spawning grounds even. And maybe the designated location of this Sapsa spawning grounds, playing the Sahagan sentry to obtain a flawless water crystal. Okay. And okay, overlook. Far inside. Ah, it's right at the entrance. Nice. Okay, and just kill the Cobalt Sentry. Or an Earth Crystal. don't need to worry about navigating this place. I dodged that attack. Okay. And deliver the crystals. I don't know why I decided to jump off my mount there. Sorry, off the mount. I think I just kind of forgot about that.
How progress your efforts in infiltrating the Beastmen strongholds? So these are the famed flawless crystals of the beast tribes. I have seen countless specimens from I know not how many excavations, but nothing to compare to these. Their purity is astounding. You have done well, Shauna. With these in our possession, we lack only the crystals of fire and wind. The former lies in Zahareke, the war camp of the Imaljaa in Then Allen, the latter, in Natalan, the roost of the Ixal in the hills of Koarthats. You can expect them to be as closely guarded as the first two, if not more so. Still, I look forward to receiving word of your resounding success.
Okay, let's go with the... what was they called again? LJ. Alja. First. Then go with the Ixal. Actually kind of surprised that I'm already this far with the dispatch in terms of main quest. Because I kind of expected that it was going to be like taking way longer, or would actually be like close to this part, but apparently not. And they did also cut out like, I don't know, 20 quests from the like in one of the patches. That was like over the course of the entire like quest line, I guess. Okay, with us. Can't freaking hit. Many quests I actually need to do before I get to a raid. Let's see. Are you still doing Legacy of Alag? So that means 2 quests after this one, and then I get the quest that basically gives me the first raid. Okay. That's the end of this one. These next two quests actually. Okay, so the next one has a few steps. So does the one after that, but it's not as much running around, it seems, as this one had to do.
Shauna, it is good to see you. Tell me, were you able to obtain the remaining crystals from the Beastmen? Wonderful. With all 4 crystals in hand, we are now ready to proceed to the next stage of our preparations. I hope I did not give the impression that we would be embarking on our journey to the Crystal Tower just yet. Alas, there is another step which must be completed ere we come to that. While the crystals you acquired are indeed flawless, they are of little use to us in their present form. If they are to reflect the elemental forces of the tower's defenses, they must needs be cut and polished. A process which calls for a very particular set of materials. Procuring them will be a challenge in itself, I fear. Needless to say, we will be requiring your services once again.
Grade 5. Better. Sending it down. Hit level. What's that? 4. Materia. Red kind.
If the flawless crystals you procured for us are to retain their elemental purity during the shaping process, a very specific set of abrasive substances will be required. Well, I say substances, but one might just as well call them one substance, namely ether sand, which has 4 elementally aspect varieties. Alas, ether sand is neither common nor cheap. Indeed, it is not unusual for the abrasive to exceed the value of the precious stones it is used to polish. Given the rarity of the materials in question, the Goldsmiths Guild in Ul'dah seemed the likeliest place to purchase the quantity we require. When I contacted the guild master, however, I was informed that no ether sand was currently available. Though I requested that word be sent as soon as new stock came in, I have yet to receive aught but apologies. I should mention at this point that I placed the order some time before you procured the flawless crystals. I am well aware that acquiring ether sand is no small feat, of course, and I am not an impatient man, but I fear the more we delay our investigation, the greater the risk that the tower's secrets may fall into the hands of other, less savory parties. That is why I wish to entrust you with the payment for our purchase, and send you to speak directly with Guildmaster Serendipity. Mayhap the presence of such a distinguished personage will spur the guild into action. In any event, it is my hope that when next we meet, you will have found at least one of the 4 varieties of ether sand we require.
Okay. Off to Ul'dah. Goldsmiths Guild. And there's the monk trainer. I don't know why he's in the guildmasters or goldsmiths guild, to be honest.
Mistress Majula. Welcome, welcome. What brings you here, if I may ask?
Payment. Give me sand, please.
You're here on behalf of the Sons of Saint Koinak? What fortunate timing. I was just about to contact Master Rambrose with the news that we've finally managed to acquire a quantity of fire aspects to ether sand. I'm afraid it may be some time before we can supply the other 3 varieties, but you are welcome to settle accounts for that which we have now. Pray speak with Jemim over th. Ah. I do beg your pardon. It seems she's assisting another customer.
Come on, there must be something you can do. Without that sand, we'll have to rethink our whole design.
I sympathize with your plight, sir, but as I explained, the ether sand in question is already spoken for. If you'd like to reserve the next shipment, then I would be happy to accept the funds you've offered as partial payment.
Partial? Are you saying it's not enough? I'm already stretching our research budget as it is. I suppose a man can do without a midday meal for a year or 2. Shauna. It's been too long. What brings you here, then? Got your eye on something expensive, have you?
Well, now, that is quite a money pouch. The sound of so many gil clinking together is strangely satisfying, is it not? Calming, and yet invigorating at the same time.
Oh no. You're here for the blooming ether sand, aren't you? Well, I can't deny the Alagan civilization's a subject worth researching. The chief said he was looking into something big, but we never thought to ask him what. Wedge and I have been too busy tinkering with a new airship design to think of much else, see? Well, I say tinkering, wrestling would be more like it. Still, after much wringing of hands and gnashing of teeth, we've managed to put together a prototype crystal-powered propulsion system. We got the idea for it when we heard how you lot had used a corrupted crystal on board the Enterprise, as a matter of fact. Anyway, to cut a long story short, our design calls for all 4 varieties of ether sand. And that's why I can't just relinquish my claim on this batch here, even for you, lass. How are we meant to usher in a brave new age of technological innovation if not by technologically innovating,
Ahem. While I hesitate to interrupt such an impassioned speech, duty compels me to point out that this lady is a representative of the organization that reserved the ether sand in question, to mention nothing of the fact that her purse is considerably larger than yours.
Oh, it's like that, is it? Alright, this batch is yours. I'll let you have it. But if you're going to take my sand, it's only fair that you grant me a role in this project of yours. I'll take that as a yes. It's not every day you get a chance to experiment with the wonders of the ancients. With any luck, they'll inspire me to think up another technological innovation or 2.
Hey.
Now then, from what you've told me, I'm guessing you'll be needing the other 3 varieties of elementally aspect ether sand as well, right? Then rather than sitting on your rump waiting for a shipment that may never come, I reckon your time would be better spent looking for the stuff yourself. And it just so happens that I know of a good place to start. There is said to be a peddler in northern Then Allen who, very occasionally, handles the earth aspect variety of ether sand. Wedge is in the process of confirming the rumor as we speak. I know what you're thinking, when did my timid little friend decide he didn't need me to hold his hand anymore? The answer being, just the other day. Seems he's been inspired by a certain adventurer's heroic example. I thought he was joking when he volunteered to go to Then Allen without me. I just hope he manages to stay out of trouble. Head out to Blufog and you should find him poking about with his new bodyguard. Oh, did I not mention her? Wedge thought it might be wise to hire an adventurer to accompany him, just in case your heroic example turned out to be less inspiring than he first thought. Heh.
This adventure.
Save your greetings. If you're looking for a hired blade, then you'll have to look elsewhere. After the day I've had, the only company I crave is the squat, silent type, the type that has a handle and holds no less than a pint of ale. You wish to hear my tale? I warn you, 'tis no stirring epic, but as you asked. My employer, a Lalafellan lad, wished to pay a visit to a peddler who deals in some manner of special sand. I forget what it was called, but 'tis apparently worth a small fortune. Anyway, when we arrived, the man claimed his stock had been stolen by bandits. Determined not to return empty-handed, we crept into the bandits' stronghold and set about locating the stolen goods. Long story short, alarms were raised, rogues were awoken, and we fled in a blind panic. I was separated from my employer in the confusion and I've not seen him since. Oh. A friend of yours, is he? Then you'd best be prepared for the worst. 'Tis just possible the poor sod may yet be lost in the old Amazona mithril mine, but I fear the bandits will have caught up with him by now.
Well, time to go and save Wedge then. Over there. I'm guessing inside the building.
How could I be so stupid? Sneaking into a bandit's lair. It's just not the sort of thing I do. And now I'm going to die for it? No, I just need to calm down. I can do this. I can be brave. I'm going to stand up, and I'm going to walk out of here. Here we go. Yay arg. I am sorry. Please don't kill me. I promise I'll leave and never come back. Shauna, is it really you? But how did you find me? Can you smell fear? Actually, ignore that smell. Ahem. I expect you're wondering why I'm here? Well, I was just in the process of retrieving some stolen ether sand which Biggs and I need for our research, as it happens. It was, I concede, perhaps a touch foolish, and very nearly fatal, but I did succeed in snatching the stuff.
You just take off those glasses so you can see that onion head.
Before my bodyguard ran away and several dozen bandits came piling after me with knives and axes and what looked very much like a plank with a rusty nail in it. Anyway, the important thing is that the stolen ether sand is right here in my oh dear. It must have fallen out when I was, taking evasive maneuvers. It seems I won't be leaving this infernal place for a while yet. You'll find the ether sand in my stead? Oh, thank the gods. You're a true friend, Shauna. I hope the search doesn't prove too troublesome. The bandits don't seem to care much for visitors.
Okay, so it's right outside here, it seems. Ah, yep.
Shauna, have you had any luck locating the ether sand? Yes, that's it. I must return to the workshop at once and tell Biggs the wonderful news. What's that? You're also on a mission to collect ether sand? And you're working with the chief? A treasure trove of Allagan knowledge, you say? I see. Then you should really be the one to have this. Biggs and I are far from exhausting all possible avenues of airship innovation, but it sounds as if your problem can't be solved by any other means. This expedition of yours sounds jolly interesting, I must say. I'm half inclined to join you. In fact, I think I will. Any venture worth the chief's time must be worth a look. Right? I'm more than ready to leave this awful place behind. And you should return to Mordhona with that ether sand before there are any more, little mishaps. Be sure to keep a close eye on your pockets, Shauna.
Okay. That way. Okay, head on down and deliver the earth and fire, and I guess. And let me guess, the next one probably requires me to get the water and air sand. Assuming.
Ah, Shauna, you have returned. I take from your presence that you were successful in procuring us some ether sand. Tell me, which variety did you find? I see. 2 varieties. Well, that is 2 more than could reasonably be expected, and 2 less than I had hoped you would say. Forgive my flippancy. You have done well, truly. If all goes to plan, we need no longer fear death by fire or earth. Master Garland, if you would be so kind as to prepare the relevant crystals. I shall set to work immediately. Truth be told, I've been looking forward to this. One does not encounter materials like these every day. Speaking of which, how in the 7 hells did you find them? Mistake me not, old friend, I know only too well how capable you are, but ether sand isn't something you simply find gathering dust at the back of a merchant's rare gem cabinet. You had help from Biggs and Wedge? Trust them to design a revolutionary new engine the moment I turn my back. How's a genius meant to rest on his laurels when his employees are so damnably inventive, eh? And now they're determined to join us, are they? Typical. I jest, of course. It will be good to have them around. Still, as a matter of professional pride, let's endeavor to procure the 2 remaining varieties of ether sand before they arrive, shall we? Tell me, Rambros, have we any information on where the water and wind aspect types might be hiding? Not as of yet, but I have made certain arrangements. We shall soon see if my efforts have borne fruit. Forgive me for observing, but you seem less than enthusiastic about that prospect. If there's a complication, I'd rather we discuss it now than risk jeopardizing the expedition. Mayhap an explanation is in order. But first, let us savor the preliminary victory that Shauna has won for our cause, if only for a moment.
Well, I'll just go with the gold. Don't really need any materia, I feel like.
Yes, I must speak of the arrangements I made to acquire the 2 remaining varieties of ether sand. Some days ago, I asked a Charlayan acquaintance of mine to travel to Gridania and there gather the necessary materials. Since that time, however, I have heard nary a whisper from him. To be frank, this lack of communication is not entirely uncharacteristic, but I cannot discount the possibility that something ill has befallen the man. Alas, we do not have time to investigate his fate. As I have mentioned before, the more we delay our expedition, the more likely it is that the Crystal Tower's secrets will fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, I would entrust you with the same mission I assigned to my friend. Travel to the Black Shroud, and seek out Parsamontaret, the master of the markets in Gridaniat. If anyone knows where ether sand might be bought, it is he.
Okay. Guessing that person is most likely up in the market area of Gridania. Seems that way. Yep. Actually, I think that might be the guy that we were supposed to do a quest with, like, very early on, like, before we were even, like, sent anywhere, any of the other capitals. I seem to remember him being the guy that we need to talk to. Yep, it is.
Yes. I'm sorry. Did you say you wish to purchase ether sand? Forgive me, madam, but have you the faintest idea of the rarity of the material you seek? Why, I have not seen so much as a grain of ether sand in these markets for many a long year. I could tell you where one might mine the ore from which the water aspect variety of the abrasive is derived, but only a desperate fool would willingly set foot in the place. You seem undeterred. Very well. Are you familiar with Eartha's gift? That is where the ore is to be found, in an area inhabited by a particularly pernicious hog. Should you encounter the Betusk nightmare, you will know that you are in the right place, albeit at the wrong time. Farewell.
Okay. So, Earth skips. Earth skip. So through here, search the Hawk territory. There it is. Walking Hawk carcass.
You are too late, adventurer, and not only for the entertainment. You will find no trace of the ore which but recently lay here. Nay, not so much as a speck. Ah, no. You will never spy me from there. For the time being at least, you will have to trust the evidence of your ears. Now stop squinting at the foliage and listen. As I told you, the water-blessed mineral you hope to find is gone, taken by me. Victory has made me magnanimous, however. Accordingly, I have decided to share the location of an alternative source of ether sand with you, the wind-touched variety, to be specific. I trust one have your attention? Good. A band of Ixal in the North Shroud keeps a quantity of the abrasive for the purpose of removing impurities from lesser crystals. Well, do you mean to dally here all day? Make haste, adventurer, before I snatch another prize from under your nose. This is to be a race. The XIV logging grounds in the North Shroud shall be our destination. And that is where the real amusement will begin. May the best man win.
Okay. Yes, we have a thief something to deal with. Maybe not a thief. I have no clue what he is. I just called him a thief because he kind of stole, but not really stole because it wasn't taking the hours, but he took the thing that we needed. But they also called it a race. Which I find a bit weird. There. Ah, can't help them. It's not directly because I wasn't high enough or low enough level for the event, I guess. For the fates, be more specific.
Bravo. That was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of Ether Sand slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the wind-touched abrasive is yours. And yet, having been treated to such a memorable performance, I cannot help feeling that the greater prize is mine. This inequity must not stand. I insist that you accept a token of my appreciation. Payment for this entertainment will be waiting for you to the east, in a clearing within Proud Creek. Pray retrieve the gift ere it is crushed beneath the iron feet of the Dullahans.
Okay. Ah, what a place to aid this end.
Not what you were expecting. I took the liberty of refining the ore from Eartha's gift into Ether Sand. Do keep it safe, adventurer. Lest you accuse me of playing games, you should know that the thought of relinquishing my prize never once crossed my mind, until I saw you in action. Such deeds must needs be rewarded. It is my vocation, you see, to record history as it is made by mortal men. And I much prefer to chronicle the accomplishments of the bold and the mighty. Thus, it is my fervent wish that you continue your career with the same courage and zeal you have shown today. We shall meet again, adventurer, and sooner than you may imagine.
Okay. Well, I need to remember that stone. Okay, that also means that the next quest is gonna unlock the first of those alliance raids. Oh, nice. I'm thinking of maybe taking a really short break before getting started on that thing though, since I kind of want to maybe use the bathroom really quickly. Grab some water, stuff like that. And maybe also quickly stretch.
Are we any closer to acquiring the remaining abrasives? You've brought both? I shall have Master Garland begin work on the crystals immediately.
Let's see, there's X Potion, X Ether, and High Elixir. Or Cash. Don't have any High Elixir or X Ether. Some X Potions, I think that's from Palace of the Dead. I'll just grab the cash.
That should do the trick. Excellent work. We now possess all 4 of the fangs required to pierce the Crystal Tower's defenses. My compliments, Master Garlund. Oh, it was a trifling matter, I assure you. Shauna here is the one you should be thanking. Anyway, by my reckoning, there's nothing stopping us from striding up to the Allagan's front door. You can't go without us, Chief. Biggs. Wedge. Come to lend a hand, have you? Well, it's not every day you get the chance to study the wonders of the Allagan Empire, is it? Their technology makes Garlemald's look ancient. I appreciate your enthusiasm, lads, I really do, but we're not here to take this knowledge for ourselves. Twice in the last decade, the promise of unimaginable power has prompted men to meddle with technology they do not understand, and the realm has been dragged onto the very brink of oblivion on both occasions. We shall not be so irresponsible as to risk another. Wedge, do you recall our company's creed? Yes, Chief. It's, freedom through technology. Exactly. Freedom. When we forsook our homeland, we swore that we would have no truck with machines that could be used to promote tyranny. That has not changed. Should you feel tempted to break your oath, remember this, the wonders of the all-knowing Allagan Empire could not save their civilization, and have damn near doomed ours. Twice. That is why we must explore the Crystal Tower, and, if needs be, seal away its secrets. A compelling viewpoint. It is unyielding wills such as yours that have defined the course of history. So, you return at last. What, pray tell, has kept you so wholly preoccupied that you could not spare a moment to inform me of your progress or preservation? Why, the task you assigned to me, of course. Surely you have not forgotten about the ether sand? I tasked a passing adventurer with delivering it. A more capable courier I could not imagine.
And it's the guy that we basically were in contact with, or who basically talked to us during that this quest.
Greetings, adventurer. Did I not say we would meet again? I believe an introduction is in order. I am Jira Hatia, one of the students of Baldesion. I look forward to joining you on your groundbreaking expedition. Jira Hatia has been assigned to the project as an observer. I hope you will forgive him his eccentricities and welcome him as one of our own. So then, our fellowship is complete, and all stand ready to step into the unknown. 3 cheers for Noah. Noah? That is the name I have chosen for our little collective. Given our differing backgrounds, we cannot very well call ourselves the Sons of Saint Koinak, can we? And we must have a memorable appellation if our venture is to leave its mark in the annals of history. I could claim that NOAA stands for Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical, and so it does, technically, but my true reason for choosing this name stems from the fact that it is shared by a vaunted Allagan Archmagus. An Archmagus? I like the sound of that. Very well. Now that the pressing matter of what to call ourselves has been settled, it is time we set forth to brave the outer defenses of the Crystal Tower. Is everyone ready to depart? Ready.
Okay. It's the Rahat here that I need to talk to them. But first, as I said before, short break. I don't know how long it will take, but I feel like more than 10 minutes shouldn't be. Should only take like at most 10 minutes this. Maybe 15, I don't know yet. Depends on what I decide to do. Yeah, because I'll just see you guys in a little bit. Okay, and I'm back. So, a labyrinth of the ancients.
Esteemed colleagues, the secrets of ancient Alec beckon. Let's not keep them waiting any longer. Adventurer, you and I will join the engineers at the Crystal Tower's main gateway, where we will endeavor to neutralize the structure's outer defenses.
I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce your name, but I'm gonna go with Nerd Yavian, I guess. I don't know if that's the way to pronounce it, or maybe Nerdy Avian. Nerdy? Alright. I'll just go with Nerdy, because, I mean, sometimes when it comes to, like, usernames, it's just, like, one entire word. It's sometimes a bit difficult to figure out, like, how it's supposed to be pronounced. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Nerdy. How are we doing? I'm doing good. Around 3.5 hours. 3 hours and 40 minutes-ish. So this, stream today. Almost, about to get into my first Alliance raid. Don't know about Solovar, but he has been here for, like, what? I think, like, most of the stream. From what I can see in chat, at least, he's been here since, like, 12:55, so most of the stream.
Rambros, meanwhile, will remain here and oversee the operation. Given my knowledge of Alagan history, it seems logical that I should lead the expedition itself, though I admit the role does not exactly befit my status as an observer.
Crystal Tower is a fun first-time experience. I mean, most dungeons seems to have been pretty good, and dungeons and trials. I have watched earlier today. Am I at the point where I had to do it, or yeah? I basically started patch 2.55 here today, and basically just hit the point where the game is like, yeah, you can't do anything more unless you do the Crystal Tower quest, which was basically just what I was gonna go for.
Still, we can but make use of the resources at hand. Assuming all are in agreement, let us proceed forthwith to the large, lopsided gate found to the southeast.
But I have watched a video earlier today that basically like went over like general like mechanics for the bosses. Mostly just like make sure you have X amount of people standing on this platform. This is how like groups are usually split up when it comes to certain things. I'm hoping that some people in the raid might give a bit more of a detailed explanation, because I feel like some of those bosses had a bit more of a complex set of mechanics than most bosses so far have had. But I guess we'll see. And down that way. Just right with that. Solvar doesn't remember any of it. I think I've done those raids like 3 times or so.
The Crystal Tower lies beyond this portal. Now comes the
Helpful
interesting
guide
part.
if no one explains it. Alright. Thanks, Nerdy.
Sid, you are the only one of our number who has ever crossed this threshold. I ask that you take the lead for the present.
Like, I kind of remember some of the things, but for the most part it's kind of like, I would say, kind of muddled in my head, because I watched it early in the morning around like, I think it was around like 10-ish, and it was like all 3 raids at once in like one video. They just kind of went slightly over it, so it's kind of like, don't remember everything. I might remember a bit more of it if I actually see, like once I see the boss, but other than that, I have no idea. Let's see if those crystals that we got a hold of actually work. I'm assuming they're going to work, because otherwise we can't really get in.
I say, the energy radiating from these statues is palpable.
Don't remember the raids being hard though. I mean, they have probably gotten easier over time, but I honestly have no idea. Like, I seem to remember that at least one boss, I think in the first raid, is supposed to be kind of just, I don't know, things bank. For the most part, just DPS it down.
Lucky for us that it is. One might otherwise stroll past them. Feast your eyes on the elemental defenses which prompted our lengthy preparations. These sentinels prevent would-be intruders from advancing to within 20 yalms of the tower's inner reaches. No matter how swift they may be. Happily, the crystal fangs we took such pains to craft should spare us the inconvenience of instantaneous annihilation. Here, allow me to demonstrate. Chief. It's too dangerous to allow anyone else to risk his life testing one? Quite right. I made the damn things, it's my job to see that they work.
Okay, that's definitely effective.
Success. I for one am convinced. Friends, ready your fangs.
Said you're being a proper man of his craft. Yep. He's basically just like, listen, I made these. I'm gonna make sure that they work. Just like a fugu chef. Yep. So it's just worth dying for. Yep.
This last one is yours, old friend. It seemed only right.
I still feel like it's a bit dangerous.
Haha. We did it. So much for the outer defenses.
You would have offered to be my trusty old Lala tank, but I'm on another EU data center. Ah, yeah.
Indeed. The entrance to the tower is near at hand. My blood fairly sings with anticipation.
The main reason I basically picked the light data center was because that was the one that I'd started out playing on, along with all my friends, and I thought might as well just stay on that one. And I made this character. Plus it also ended up being the one that Solivar and some of his friends were on, so worked out fine. And actually, Isn't there something about that when... Oh yeah, Solvar just mentioned that the whole like cross data center is gonna be available in Endwalker. That's gonna be very nice. Bit after Endwalker, makes sense. But it's still gonna be very nice that people are on like different data centers can actually play together instead of just like, oh, it's only data center wise, which is gonna be pretty easy. Like it's gonna be useful in like the European one, since it's just like they didn't want, well, the servers overwork. I guess that makes sense, because like right as soon as Endwalker comes out, I'm going to assume that these servers are gonna have a lot of work. Like they're gonna be stressed as hell because there's gonna be so many people on them. Because I'm going to assume that it's probably gonna have the same sort of problems as like World of Warcraft servers usually have had whenever there's been a new expansion, where it's just like, yeah, the servers just can't handle it. Although hopefully Final Fantasies might work a bit better. We'll finally be able to kind of play with your American friends. Yep.
Speaking of blood, I have a proposal for the next stage of the expedition. I suggest we wait here while Shauna and a hand-picked party of her adventuring companions enter the tower.
You still can't do much as a wanderer, true, but you can still like visit other data centers. If it, like, for example, one thing I'm thinking of that could be a possibility is that there's a guy on YouTube that I watch. He's also on Twitch, but basically like he's called JoeCat. He has done a lot of D&D, Monster Hunter World videos, also some Final Fantasy ones now. I know that there is a glamour contest that he's doing here in not too long. JoeCat is great. Yep, he is so fucking good. Like, he was probably also one of the reasons why I wanted to start playing Final Fantasy, because I started playing, I think, not too long after he put out his healer guide for Final Fantasy, or guide, if you want to call it that. It did give me like make sure that I knew from the start that, oh, as healer, you just basically green DPS. You just spam whatever your main spell is for the most part. Like, he has there's apparently a glamour contest that he's holding, I think as a celebration of him being done with his little revisiting of the Realm Reborn story. I'm a healer? Yeah, that's or at least that's the class that I started out with. Mainly because that was what I had ended up doing as main on my first character, which I ended up deleting because I had to delete a character in order to play on this server, since it started out as a trial account. It makes sense to start out as a trial account. Get super nervous seeing him healing. I mean, I'm still learning how to be a good healer, but I feel like most of the time people aren't dying. I also learned that that I shouldn't be using Cure 1. Didn't know that for some time. Get judgeful as a tank. I mean, so far I feel like the easiest thing to play is definitely still just DPS, but that is simply because you don't need to worry about like keeping anyone alive, at least. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue with the cutscene.
I thought we came here to survey the entire structure. We did, and we will. But our investigations must proceed at a more measured pace. If the outside of the place is this well defended, can you imagine what awaits us on the inside? Only a true hero could reasonably hope to brave the hazards ahead and live to tell the tale.
Seems like you stick to the tank isn't dead method. Please don't. We got Aurora to keep you alive.
Shauna here fits that description better than anyone I know. And it is not as if we shall be idle in her absence. While Shauna and her companions are risking life and limb to beat us a path to the tower, we can set about analyzing this rubble for evidence of how its technologies function. Your knowledge of ancient lore will be invaluable in that endeavor, historian Jira Hatia. Bah. Do you ever tire of being right, old man? Ahem. Shauna, as it seems I won't be accompanying you, allow me at least to provide some instruction. The maze that surrounds the base of the tower is known as the Labyrinth of the Ancients. During this initial foray, I suggest you concentrate on ridding the place of hostile elements.
Preferred to begin healing between 80 and 50% because if a burst is coming up, we're prepared for it.
When you are reasonably certain the maze is secure, contact me via link shell and we shall join you post-haste, no matter what Master Garlund says. Though we would prefer it if any relics you encounter remained intact, you have leave to do whatever is necessary to secure ingress to the upper levels of the tower. Fortune go with you, Shauna.
I think my main, just trying to keep people alive is if I can sort of gauge how much damage they usually take. I'll try and like if you can see that, oh, they might lose like, I don't know, X amount of health per like second. I usually try and gauge that. You know what it's like to be low health 24/7 as a former Dragoon. Ah yes, the face tank, or the floor tank rather. Although as I understand it's not as much of a, I guess, floor tank as it used to be, but that's apparently still the meme. Alright. Lord, did you want to join or what? I'll invite you then. And I can see that you were apparently leveling minor. Still the t-shirt company with it. Okay, I'm actually not sure. Is it normal to just queue up using the like duty finder, or should I rather just? Oh, that's the wrong button I pressed there. Or should I actually use the party finder? That's even something I can assume actually works. Just queue up. I'm assuming that the party finder is more just for like in-game stuff for the most part. We're now just leading the Lalafelian revolution. I feel like you might like a person in my FC called Min Keira. They are a Lalafell who really loves being a Lalafell and basically celebrates every day as Lalafell Day. Okay. Let's see how well this does, or this goes, and if anyone in the raid actually gives any sort of information. We're forcefully taking over your FC's basement. What? And you plan to expand to Uldan next? Okay. Gotta have more cute potatoes. Yep. apparently a healer didn't want to join the queue or join the dungeon. In regards to my FC, I think we kind of have a small island to an extent of houses in like where my FC's house is located. At least that's what it seems like. We'll raise taxes for shoes above size 20. Okay. Be interesting to see how this goes. Okay, so I'm guessing we can only go this way, and we need to defeat the boss this way in order to get access to one of those two paths. Most likely. Pools of Folly and Oblivion and Demise. First part, stand on the elevated platform if you don't want poison goo to murder you. Okay. I'm guessing the elevated is the green stuff. That is dead. And guessing that's the first boss. Don't try. I seem to remember some strategy about this one having to do with skeletons spawning that need to be killed, or they do white, like raid white damage. And also the fact that the dragon apparently needs to be killed like several times. get survived 2 times. This time skeleton spawn, you gotta kill it. Okay. I might be standing in the wrong spot, but I honestly don't know where to position in this fight at all. Okay. I'll beat on that. I'm kind of confused as to what the hell happened during that entire fight. Like, I understand that there was these skeletons, which apparently can cause a AoE if they reach the boss or something, and like that the boss revived, but other than that I have no idea where I was supposed to stand or anything. Weakness status. Okay, so red arrows mean that they have a debuff on them. I'm in Alliance A, so I'm supposed to go over here. Okay, so yeah, stand here. Apparently that like lifts up something. Okay, it's easy enough. Also, thanks for the follow there, Nerdy. Okay, I think this was the one that had something to do with standing in specific spots or something, and only targets that had been you get basically this buff. I guess you could attack it. Get the boss, I think it was. You'll answer the doctor now. Well, alright, I will. Thanks for dropping by, Nerdy. That was easy enough as well. And then let's clear the walk of fire. Redemption, walk of fire, Hall of the Savage. Okay, so I guess we need to focus on this one. Very good. Oh, he's supposed to attack. It's the bomb now. I think about it, I should probably actually just where's it? There it is. Limit break. Maybe keep that on a hotbar just in case. Okay, King Behemoth. Okay, apparently that was not the right thing to do. I do seem to remember something about if you're apparently standing a bit too close, even though if you're behind a rock, it still kills you, apparently. I guess? Oh. Didn't realize I'd been pressed. And I'm dead again. So apparently don't hide behind the rock if it's inside of his area of effect, I guess. Kind of looks like some people actually ran all the way here instead of maybe like taking the teleport. Okay, just continue healing, I guess. Solar wasn't behind the rock enough. Something. We're blind. I mean, it happens. Yeah, apparently someone triggered the fight before everyone was there. What? Okay, that was weird looking. Okay, people moving over to spots. Our tank is being pressed. Wasn't fast enough there. I think I need to be better at noticing whenever the boss might be doing something specific. Okay, so we're supposed to actually go to our spot, I guess. Ancient fire. And I've been grabbed again. Again. Nice. Labyrinth of the Ancients complete. That's... I have no idea what that's used for. And apparently I got those two things.
Oh there, Shauna. Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be writ large in the volumes that are sure to be penned on this historic expedition. The scale of this structure defies comprehension. Someone plainly thought bigger was better. According to the findings of my Baldician colleagues, the Crystal Tower was constructed to collect and store the endless energies of the sun. A characteristically ambitious undertaking. Now, what of the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinth was no small feat. A giant of a man wielding a shimmering scimitar, you say? Yes, that will have been Phlegethon. Not Acheron. Phlegethon. He was a hero of the Allagan Revolution. And you gleaned that from what exactly? His choice of weapon? Well, I am a historian. And I have a certain, shall we say, affinity for the lore of the Allagan Empire. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from musty scrolls and tomes. The ancient texts claim that the Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented through the Allagan's extraordinary technology. Chief, you need to see this. Well, there it is, the foot of the tower. What surprises do you have in store for us, I wonder? I can't tell you how glad I am to have you with us on this little jaunt, old friend. Had you not beaten a path through that maze, I very much doubt we'd be standing here now. Well, we have much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to St. Koinica's find for the present and there plan our next step. Lest there be any doubt, our expedition has some way to go yet.
Oh, can't find this area. Huh. That's interesting. Guessing it's because of the whole thing of like easily getting shut down that they talked about earlier. Okay, so go and talk to Jira.
So good of you to join us, Shauna. Our meeting would be dull indeed without a full account of your experiences in the labyrinth.
Seeing you also outside the map area, yeah, kind of an instanced area, I guess.
Take a moment to collect yourself, and when you are ready, we shall debate how best to proceed.
Prosperity.
The Fellowship of Noah being accounted for, it is time this assembly was called to order. Rambrose will be presiding over the meeting. If you would be so kind as to inform him of your readiness to proceed. Welcome back, Shauna. I have just been reading about your encounter in the Labyrinth of the Ancients. It pleases me greatly to note that you seem none the worse for the experience. For your reference, I have added my own notes to Jira's preliminary expedition report, and begun compiling a Crystal Tower survey log. The information contained therein will be available to you at all times. Should you have any questions, you need only ask. Now, if there are no objections, I shall begin with a summary of the expedition's key accomplishments.
I'll just go with funny.
In the course of this, our first foray into the grounds of the Crystal Tower, we succeeded in neutralizing the structure's outer defenses, before proceeding to secure the maze surrounding the base of the spire. According to Shauna's account, the labyrinth's defenses were most emphatically active. Disturbingly, her report also mentions a violent encounter with a sentry heavily augmented by Allagan technology. In short, our misgivings were well founded. The Crystal Tower was not simply thrust above ground by the chaotic shifting of Earth, it has somehow been reawoken. If, as seems increasingly likely, the tower's secrets should prove too dangerous to share with the world, we will have no choice but to contain them. Short of leveling the place, this will almost certainly involve returning its mechanisms to a state of dormancy. To do that, however, we will first need to address the question of how they work, the answer to which must surely be waiting for us inside the tower itself. In conclusion, that is where we must go. A task rather easier said than done, if the perils of the labyrinth are any indication. Then I move that all further exploration of the tower be delayed until such time as an exhaustive analysis of the structure's defenses has been completed. Master Garland, may I entrust this task to you? It would be my pleasure. Don't forget about us. It's like you said, Chief, we founded the ironworks to make sure that technology was used for the right reasons, and that means making sure it's not used for the wrong ones. We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't see this through to the end. Lads. Well, I hope you're ready for some backbreaking chores. Well, everything seems to be in hand here, so I shall take my leave of you for the present. If I am to witness this valiant tale unfold with mine own eyes, I must needs hone my martial skills ere we ascend the spire. You'll do nothing of the sort, Jiraha. Your knowledge may prove useful to Master Garland's investigation. As an observer, I am not, strictly speaking, subject to your authority. Pray do not mistake my intent, Shauna. I am well aware that I shall never be a match for one with your innate talents, however hard I train. Be that as it may, pray do not allow your skills to rust from disuse during the coming pause. We will need you fighting fit if our subsequent forays are to prove as productive as this one. Mark me, we have not yet caught more than the briefest glimpse of that which time has obscured. Soon, however, we shall cast off the veil, and gaze upon the glory of the Allagan Empire. And with that encouraging thought in mind, it is time to bring this assembly to a close. Let us all focus on the tasks at hand, that our next expedition may begin all the sooner. Meeting adjourned. Such a terrible mess. Yet it does leave the door wide open, so to speak. One cannot help but be impressed. I'm beginning to understand the reliance you place on adventurers, old friend. So, this is the legacy the Allagan Empire left behind. If my readings are correct, the energy source waiting atop the tower is a match for even the ultimate weapon. Nay, more than a match. Heh heh heh. A new toy for me to play with. I believe the fates had conspired to deny me my just rewards once again, but it would seem they had a greater destiny in mind for me. And so long as my ambition burns, I shall strive to seize it. The dream lives on, Sid. Do not disappoint me.
That laugh, yeah. Text-to-speech laughs just don't work. There we go, now it registered the next quest.
Ah, 'tis you, my friend. You are doubtless eager to hear of our progress on the Crystal Tower.
It's almost as if a robot laughing wouldn't work, right? Yeah.
Excellent, I'd be disappointed to hear otherwise. Of course, disappointed is the word of the day, I fear. I'm ashamed to say that there is nothing worthwhile to report. The Suns continue to probe the labyrinth of the ancients, and every day brings new discoveries. Alas, the same cannot be said of the Crystal Tower proper. We've not been able to set so much as a single foot inside it. You will recall how the 8 sentinels stood between us and the labyrinth initially. In like manner, the entryway into the principal spire, Circus Tower, the Alligans called it, is also protected by technology far more advanced than our own. Sid and I have tried every trick we know, but without success. Frankly speaking, we are at a loss. It is discouraging, but we cannot give up. There must be a way in. And so the situation stands, my friend. Until we gain entry into the tower, I fear your talents shan't avail us. It will require time that I am loath to waste, but I have a mind to set my people to scouring such ancient texts as we have on hand. Perhaps we can be of assistance. And you are? Be at ease, friends, for we share the self-same goal.
Who are you guys?
I am Ane, and my companion is called Doga. We are scholars of the Allagan civilization, sent by the students of Baldzion to assist in your endeavor.
Ane and Doga? Rather unusual names for this day and age, if I might be forgiven for observing. But I digress. You claim to be here at the students' behest, but we have received nary a word of your coming. Moreover, in light of the recent incident at the Isle of Val, I should think that they have rather more pressing concerns. We can only assume that the message failed to reach you due to some mishap. I assure you that we are here to help. What is it, Jiraha? 'Tis nothing. There was a pain, but it has subsided.
Well, this is rather unexpected. Your right eye is the same as ours.
The same? You have the Allagan eye as well? This sanguine hue is said to be a trait unique to the Allagans. Yet I inherited it from my father, as he did from his. Only one child in a single generation is born with the eye. All my life, I have sought to learn the truth of its manifestation. If there is aught you know, I implore you to tell me. My deepest apologies, but we have no answers for you. Only one thing is certain, those who possess the trait are bound by fate to Allag. As your eye has placed you upon the path you walk, so too have we come here to fulfill our destiny. Absurd though it may sound, it is the truth. It seems to me we have naught to lose by accepting their aid. What say you? If that is your wish, then so be it. Yet know that I still mean to verify your story with the students of Baldzion when I am able. I trust there will be no objections. Very well. As of this moment, I name Ane and Doga advisory members of Noah. Without further ado, let us have them examine the Circus Tower entrance. I promise you'll not have cause to regret your decision. Shauna, I should be much obliged if you were to accompany our new friends to the tower. Biggs and Wedge are presently surveying the 8 sentinels, the 2 of them can show you the way. Upon arrival, pray report to Master Garlund. He will brief you on the situation. I shall join you, Shauna. With Ane and Doga's knowledge, along with your uncanny knack for setting events in motion, I am hopeful that we will finally see progress.
Okay. And back down there. Okay, so basically this quest is gonna unlock another alliance raid, and then the quest after that is gonna unlock the last one. You can see that you're leveling up mining solar.
if it isn't Shauna. Eager to enter Circus Tower and kill everything in sight, no doubt. As I'm sure you've already heard, though, the place is locked up tight as a clam. New friends from the students, you say? Excellent. It's been slow going, or rather, no going, for the chief. He'll appreciate the help.
It's much old o'clock. Yep.
If you'll just follow me, I'll take you to him.
Minding your own business. I mean, you get a decent amount of cash
Some
from
old
it.
faces to lift the spirit, and a couple of new ones besides. Allow me to introduce Ane and Doga. They are scholars of ancient Alig, sent here by our friends of Baldician to aid in the investigation. We understand you're having trouble circumventing the tower's defenses. 'Tis our hope that we can be of some small assistance. If your attire is aught to go by, your assistance should prove invaluable indeed. To begin with, let me tell you where we stand beyond Rise's Circus Tower, the principal spire of the structure collectively known as the Crystal Tower. The only way to get inside is through the proverbial front door, the imposing gate you see here. The problem is, we can't get it to open. It's sealed by some mechanism whose workings are an utter mystery to us. Having had no success via more orthodox methods, I went at it with everything from a pickaxe to a Magitech cannon. Nothing so much as put a scratch on it. For a blessing, the gate doesn't try to reduce us to ashes like the 8 sentinels, but that doesn't make it any less effective a security measure. It's fiendishly frustrating in its simplicity. The only clue we have is the elaborate device carved upon it, a man and a woman, respectant. Alagan royalty, by my judgment. Precisely who these individuals were, we cannot say. Nor do we know whether the device actually serves a purpose. Like as not, it is purely decorative.
Isn't they're gonna try and stand in the same way? Perhaps.
If you're thinking to force it, save your strength. It's no use, just ask the calluses on my hands.
Rest assured we do not mean to waste our strength.
Indeed. Why should we exert ourselves, when the gate will open of its own accord? I don't think any of us expected that to happen. 7 hells. What is this? What did you do? What are you? Piercing the heavens and gathering the light, a symbol of mankind's glory and might. Its virtue guarded by gates impregnable, only to those of royal blood answerable. Exactly as passed down through legend, I am delighted to see.
So much hard work just for 2 kids to show up with the keys to the door. Yep.
Beg pardons for interrupting your bewilderment. I couldn't help but notice the remarkable playthings you have acquired. Nero. You're still alive? Garland, Garland. If I didn't know better, I would say you weren't happy to see me. Ah, but I jest. In light of our recent meetings, you have every right to be wary. But rest assured I am no longer a threat to you. My legion is for all intents and purposes defunct, and my association with it means a tight noose awaits me back in Garlemald. And so I've been roaming this land Eorzea, a regular itinerant. In the course of my wanderings, I chanced to catch wind of your latest venture. It sounded positively fascinating, and so I decided to come here and join you. After the wrongs you've committed? You think us that gullible? If you are suspicious of my intent, 'tis only my just deserts. But I am determined to make amends. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share with you what I know, starting with these two odd characters. As you are doubtless already aware, the Crystal Tower was the symbol of ancient Alex's might and prosperity. Entry was permitted only to royalty and a select few individuals. According to the records I have unearthed, only royal blood can open the gate. In other words, the Emperor and his progeny were living keys. You mean to say that these two are descended from Alagan royalty? Oh, I suggest nothing so glamorous. To put it plain, they are imitations of royalty, living keys born of Alagan ingenuity. Clones, I believe, is the name your creators gave your kind. Is that not so? Twould seem that the time for concealment is past. Pray accept our apologies. 'Twas not our intent to deceive. We simply wished to avoid causing undue alarm by prematurely making what many would consider deranged claims.
If it please you, let us return to the 8 Sentinels. There is much and more to tell.
Very well. Seven hells, do you seriously mean to follow us around? Come, Garland. You know me better than to think that I spoke in jest. What more will it take for us to be reconciled? A gift, perhaps? An Alagan tombstone. It holds the information I just shared with you, and a deal more besides. It used to be the jealously guarded property of the XIV Legion, but it's yours now. I wish you joy of it. I look forward to working together, old friend.
Okay. Something I thought of while we saw that cutscene. If you want to actually get a lot of XP relatively easily so far, might I suggest supply missions, or provisioning missions as it's actually called, or your grain company, because you can earn a lot of XP, and I mean a lot of XP, from just delivering like a few small items, especially if it's all high quality versions, and especially if it also has a star next to it. You can get like, you're not in a company, you should be in a grand company. Like I'm not referring to like a free company, I'm referring to a grand company, so the ones that like the Immortal Flame, I'm forgetting what, Twin Adder, those things. Like, you're required to join one of them during the main story after all. Like, if you go to one of their main, like, to their base, essentially, and you have a... haven't looked at those. Alright, but essentially, if you get... I don't remember what... You need to get to a certain, like, rank in your Grand Company in order to unlock them, I think. But, once you basically unlock those, you get such a large amount of XP. It kind of scales, like, with your level, and also the level that you're at with that particular skill determines what you need to gather. So, for example, in my case, I need to gather, for example, these two. They're only accessible in areas that I don't have access to because I'm level 55 in mining. It essentially scales with your level, but you can get, and I think it like resets every day, but you can get like a ton of XP from that. Because I think it resets daily. I don't remember when. Let me just quickly search for when it is you actually unlock original missions. Let's see. It looks like you can actually do it at any level. But yeah, you basically get like right now you've just been working on doing the class quests. Alright. Basically, all you need to do is like turn in like the amount that they need, preferably high quality versions of the item. Because if you do a high quality version, you basically get the reward twice, which is really, really good. Like, if you basically deliver those things, you can easily get like 2-3 levels sometimes, depending on how much XP you have. And also if it's a, like, I think the star is like a random thing that can happen, where it's like a specially requested item or something like that. But, yeah, I can highly recommend that. I think also level quests could be a good idea, especially when you do, because I know for a fact that they are really good to level up crafting classes. Where in that case, like with crafting classes, all you need to do is just like go to the city that where you can basically get that crafting skill. So, for example, what is it? Goldsmith, Weaver, Alchemist. You just go to Ulda, go to the Adventurers Guild, and you just pick like the highest level quest. Get craft a bunch of that item, and then you can get like from. In my case, for example, I got armor all the way up to like from 31 to 50 by simply filling out one entire of the like inventory boxes, plus I think like 6 more with like high quality items, and it got me all the way up there. It is an easy, very easy way of getting a lot of XP. I don't know if it is like the same with specifically like disciplines of the land, but it might. Yes, just as good. And the thing is, you can just repeat them, so you can basically like figure out. So you have like 2 options. Figure out which one gives the most XP. Figure out how much you need to get for them. And then you just like go out, gather a ton of that specific item. And then you just return, and then you just like talk to the person, get the quest, go deliver it, then you go back, grab the quest again, and complete it again. And just keep doing that. And it's also a really good idea to actually get high quality versions of the items there, because that means you also get double the reward. Which means it goes even faster. Plus you also get like XP from just gathering the items normally.
If you are ready to listen, we shall tell you all.
It's basically just stuff I found out when I tried leveling up some of my classes, or yeah, some of the crafting classes when I basically wanted to craft like certain items. It is really powerful when you're doing crafting once at least.
As it pertains closely to your investigation, your leader, Rambrose, may wish to be present. Before we begin, pray allow me to apologize again. It was not our intent to deceive you. As you will have already gathered, we are not scholars sent by the students of Baldician. Nay, we are clones, copies of people who once existed, given life through Allagan technology. This is rather a lot to take in. If it would not be considered unseemly, might I ask why you and yours were created? And more specifically, what is it that you now seek to do? Answering your questions requires that we revisit Allagan history. Pray bear with us.
The Allagan Empire reached its zenith long before our kind came into being. In that glorious age, the Crystal Tower stood tall as the symbol of Allagan pride. Parents took their children there, that they might learn how the nigh limitless energy it produced brought prosperity to the whole empire.
That prosperity, however, bred decadence, and the empire began to show signs of stagnation. This decline was made all the more rapid for want of strong leadership. In a matter of generations, the Allagan civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell into disrepair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness.
Lamenting the pitiful state of affairs, one technologist made it his mission to restore Allag to greatness. Amun was his name, and he believed that the ailing empire wanted for but a potent ruler. And none was more potent than its founding father, whom he sought to resurrect.
The founding father? You cannot mean Emperor Xanda?
None other. As part of his experiments, Amun created clones of the Emperor's descendants. We are the products of that experiment, copies of Une and Doga.
Historical texts mention the reigns of two Allagan emperors named Xanda. It was commonly believed that the second was the namesake of the first. After all, such a custom is not uncommon among royalty and commoners alike. To think that the two were in fact one and the same.
Xanda returned from the grave and assumed his throne once more. And true to Amun's prediction, the Emperor restored his realm to the glory it once knew. Would that he could have been satisfied with that.
In his previous life, the Emperor desired to bring the entire world under Allagan dominion, an ambition that ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Xanda turned his sights towards a forbidden source, darkness. In order to learn how to harness this power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Darkness, again. Seven hells, what is it with megalomaniacal rulers turning to darkness in their lust for power? Well, at least this one won't be bothering us, being thousands of years dead and all.
Let me guess he's alive.
Would that you were right, Master Garlund. Alas, Emperor Xanda is very much alive. Within Circus Tower he still abides, his ambition burning all the more ardently for his empire's collapse.
Oh, of course he's alive. Why wouldn't he be? Ooh, that looks
Wielding
pretty.
the power of darkness requires prodigious amounts of energy, energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce. In order to augment the shortfall, Dalamud was created and launched into the heavens. On high it hung, gathering the sun's energy and channeling it to the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped into the land. This triggered an earthquake of unprecedented violence, the calamity that ushered in the Fourth Umbral Era. In the blinking of an eye, the mighty Allagan Empire was laid to waste. Yet even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist Amon, now Emperor Xanda's closest aide, invoked powerful magics and halted the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed in a deep slumber. In that state they were to remain until the time was ripe to awaken.
Eras came and went. After millennia lying dormant, Dalamud was summoned back to the Earth. Its descent triggered the Seventh Umbral Calamity, in the wake of which the Crystal Tower re-emerged. At that moment, Emperor Xanda awakened. In his lust for power, the Emperor consorted with darkness and was seduced by its corrupting influence. Even though his empire is now little more than a fading memory, he will stop at nothing to see his ambition realized.
He is a big guy.
Tis for no other purpose but to put an end to Xanda's madness that we exist. This is the mantle we have inherited from our namesakes, the true Ane and Doga. Fearing what might befall the world, the two of them sought to thwart their emperor. They gave unto us their will, that we might carry on their mission should they fail.
When we came to our senses within the Crystal Tower, we deliberated a course of action. Concluding that we alone could not overcome Xanda, we struck out to find a worthy ally. It has taken years, but our search is finally over. 'Tis no ordinary woman who can cut a path through the labyrinth of the ancients. With you as our champion, Shauna Majula, we are confident that we can end Xanda's dark ambition once and for all. Well, that'll teach me for speaking too soon. Setting my chagrin aside, I see now why you knew about the students of Baldessian among a host of other things. You were observing our investigation the whole time. So, what will we do, Shauna? The world's in grave danger again, and it just so happens you're an expert at saving it. You have our eternal gratitude. Together, let us see the Allagan Empire's dark past laid to rest. It has been our mission to recover the long-lost knowledge of the Allagan civilization. But what worth is that knowledge if it means subjecting the realm to peril? Truth be told, it pains me to think that the tower's secrets may become lost to us, but the greater good must ever come first. Besides, no quantity of ancient relics can compare to our friends Ane and Doga, living, breathing Allagans. And so I hereby declare a change in Noah's objective. Henceforth, we shall direct all efforts towards sealing off Circus Tower. Its dark secrets must never know the light of day. Shauna, as you did for us within the labyrinth of the ancients, I would have you enter the structure and eliminate hostile elements. Suffice it to say this includes Emperor Xanda himself. Meanwhile, the rest of us shall examine ways to isolate Circus Tower from the outside world. To work, then. Wait. There is something I must know. My right eye is like yours. Does this mean? You inherited the trait from your father, you said. Know that clones are unable to bear offspring. You have no cause for concern. The Alagan Eye, you called it, but to us it is the Royal Eye, owing to the fact that the trait manifests only in those possessed of royal blood. I cannot well explain why the eye runs in your line, but I am disinclined to think it a coincidence. Though you are doubtless impatient to learn the truth, pray have patience. All will be revealed in due time.
Okay.
My apologies if I've given you cause to worry. I am quite well, I assure you. As you can appreciate, there has been much for me to think on. But now is the time for action, not idle thoughts. Circus Tower awaits us. Your task is to eliminate all hostile elements within the structure, Xanda himself included. This will afford us the chance to seal off the facility. May the crystal grant you strength.
Yes, the circus tower is unlocked. Yep. Alright, before I queue up, I'm just gonna quickly skim the strategy so I have an idea of like what to actually do. Most of these. Okay, so first boss has 2 phases. During phase 1, it'll spawn staffs throughout the arena, which cast an annoying area on themselves. Let's see. Currently, there's 3 distinct pillars of lightning. I found the boss arena they used in the intermission phase, and each group apparently takes one of the pillars. There are also some elemental balls that fly around, which are given to DPS and healers. Let's see. There's lightning balls, which are purple, ice balls, which are blue, and fireballs, which are red. Lightning balls neutralize the lightning pillars. Running them into the lightning pillar energizes the pillar, which is denoted by panels of light. The ground next to the pillar recharges are needed and will produce a red marker, meaning that the pillar is not fully charged. Lightning balls detonate for heavy rain white damage after about 15 seconds if not run into the pillar. Okay, so if we get a lightning ball, run to one of the pillars. Ice balls trails a target and will freeze that target after a set duration of time. This is unavoidable and cannot be stopped. What can and should do is make sure you're not standing in one of the puddles left behind when a frozen target is thawed, as everyone in the vicinity of the puddle will be frozen as well. An important consideration for melee. And you thaw after 30 seconds. And the flame ball will chase a target and detonate after about 15 seconds. It can be used to thaw frozen targets, and you should. Thawing a frozen target leaves behind a patch of water on the ground, which covers, I think that's supposed to say offers, but or confers. I think it actually says confers Very high fire resistance, but will spread the ice effect of an ice ball if it detonates inside the puddle. Let's see. Okay, so there's apparently in order for the transition from phase 1 to 2 is when the boss casts Daybreak. Okay, so it is to an extent just the same as the I think it was the final boss from the labyrinth. Just we need to charge the 3 pillars, and once Daybreak then is cast, we need to go to our specific platform, and that basically raises a shield, which prevents us from being petrified. Let's read that. Phase 2, various ads will spawn. The attacks pick them up and DPS them down, not very threatening. Ice and flame balls continue to spawn, lightning orbs no more. Continue to deal with them as before. And the boss will now also cast Ancient Flare. To handle the mechanics stand in the puddle of water. Okay. So, yeah. Let's see here. Second boss. What? Why does it say anything? Okay, here. One second. Dodged. Okay, the boss summons ants, clockwork whites, can be killed easily. Form a line to Glacia and either power from him or give him power. A DPS or healer needs to stand in the small shaded area next to the ad and intercept the line. This stuns the player but allows the ad to be killed. Let's see, what else does it say here? I'm basically just reading stuff, so if I'm not speaking a whole lot, I'm just trying to figure out what exactly this boss does, because it's a lot of just like a wall of text. I think I kind of understand the second boss. Okay, third boss. It apparently spawns some ads, which should just be like, killed as fast as possible. I think I kind of understand some of this, but at the same time, not really. Oh, there are so many mechanics. Alright, so are you ready to queue up? Why does it say? I didn't realize that one was also selected. Second, alright. Actually buy some more. Well, I can that augmented here now. Think about it. Don't worry, don't quite remember any of these anyway. I mean, I feel like it would be nice if whenever a raid is basically started, that or before each fight, that basically people will just be like, okay, yeah, let's just go over the mechanics so everyone knows what the fuck to do. So I feel like there's almost like doing a blind run every time you do them. but it's fine doing blind runs, but I still feel like if it's some of these things, it would maybe be nice if the people actually know the mechanics in the fight or in the raid, actually give like at least a quick explanation of like, okay, this is what you do, don't do this, just so that people have a general idea, because I feel like everyone isn't going around reading the information. I know you feel like there's some charms going in not knowing what will happen, true, but I feel like a lot of the people who probably do these queue up for the random I'm assuming lines raid queue, I would think, just get XP and Alagan Tombstone of Poetics, stuff like that. So they might be like, oh, we are assuming that people know what to do, and then there's maybe half the raid is just yeah, we have no idea, we just joined, we have no clue what's happening. If it's been cleared, it would be nice if there is at least a basic guide. And that's basically one thing. Current content, it's kind of yeah, you're kind of going in blind most likely. But if it's old stuff, because of the fact that we're basically scaled down to the level, it would be nice if they had if it doesn't have to be a complete explanation of everything, just very basic explanation of just the mechanics, just essentially just like for the first boss that, or for the boss that had like the orbs, just like if you have lightning, go to a pillar, light it up. Once it glows, go take it to another one. If you have ice, try and stay a little bit away from like gonna get frozen. Don't stand in a water puddle if you get frozen, or if you have a ice orb. If you have a fire orb, unfreeze the fire or the frozen ones, stuff like that. Like give like extremely simple explanations of just the mechanics. Because trying to read the wiki is like, okay, there's so much stuff here, and some of it doesn't apply to me because it's like tank oriented and it's just too much. Like give me like the just like the absolute bare minimum of just like do this, do this, do this, don't do this. I feel like there's like compared to what I remember from like World of Warcraft raids mechanics, this feels like there's a lot more mechanics to like keep track of. Like, okay, there's ads spawning. These ads do this thing. Don't make sure they don't do this thing. There's also these things spawning at the same time, and you need to stand in this very specific spot, otherwise everyone's gonna die. Like in World of Warcraft, like I'm just thinking like the last raid that came out was Nexoramus. I think one of the most complex bosses these can think of right now was like I think Helgen the Unclean or something, who basically was like in a half circle-esque room where the floor was basically split into essentially 5 parts. One where the boss was standing most of the time, and then which was kind of like a normal platform, and then there was like a cracked floor basically going halfway or a half circle-ish around that. That's the way I can explain it, basically, where that floor was essentially not visually but mechanically split into like 4 sections, and you would basically just like fight the boss, and then at some points during the fight essentially like green goop would start spewing out of the floor in 3 out of the 4 sections, and you would basically have to like move from section to section, which basically just became known as the safety dance. Even had an achievement in the game. Or I can't actually remember what it was about. I think it was like defeat the, like complete the instance without anyone getting hit by that goop. I think that was like the most advanced, I guess you could call it, that World of Warcraft had in terms of like mechanics. Like there were some where it was like, okay, keep these 2 enemies away from each other. I don't even know, like kill these ads before they get to the boss, otherwise the boss heals. Kite this boss around the room, because otherwise he leaves like goop puddles on the ground which deal a lot of damage. Like simple things, like maybe one or 2 things you need to take care of. Here's like, okay, there's these things, there's this thing, there's this thing. Like there's 5 different things, it feels like. Sure, it might not be at the same time, but still. So I feel like this queue is taking a lot longer than it usually does. Especially considering that we're both queued up as healers, which I thought would maybe make the queue pop a lot faster, but I guess not. It also looked like this had a like DPS as adventurer need. Guess this one is just unpopular. True. but like it is still required, so it makes sense at least. Because also thinking that the I'm going to assume that the alliance raids, like roulettes, I would assume that the people who basically queue up for that can also get matched with the people who just like queue for a specific dungeon or raid or trial. At least that would make sense to me, but could be that it doesn't. Sometimes there's just a drought of one of the ones who need this one. Yeah. You can see that there's apparently someone in my FC that is currently dealing with the whole Ice Heart situation in the MSQ. I think the leveling one actually aren't included in the raids. Doesn't include the raids. I mean that this one doesn't include the raids, or this one. So I would assume this one basically includes the raids that we've done so far, because I'm pretty sure this wouldn't be unlocked for me unless I had at least 2 raids unlocked. Little 67 dungeons. Yeah, but I mean that is also dungeons, so I'm assuming that's like these dungeons that it basically talks about. And of course the ones that are unlocked in later expansions. I also just noticed that they actually had a open and close thing here, which is actually pretty nice, especially considering that it's also good that the dungeons, trials, and raids, it's gonna have all the stuff from basically everything. I think overall the Heaven's Ward Alliance raids are more popular. Maybe. I'm guessing that might be because of the I think there's like, I think at least it's those that have like mounts they can drop. So they might be more interesting. They're also smaller and shorter. That might also be why they are a lot more popular. Yeah, as I said before, there's apparently a guy that's in my FC who is about to do the Snowcloak dungeon, it seems. The music is really good. I'm excited for that. We have now the healers that we need, and 1 tank and 4 DPS. When we get there, crank the music up to 11, dude. Alright. Actually, curious out there. Let's. I guess there aren't any. What's they called again? challenge log things for raids, I'm guessing. Seem that way at least. Let's catch him all the way, dude. I'll make sure to turn up the music then. Gotta say, I feel like this is the longest that I've had to wait for a Q to pop while queued as a healer. We lost the healer and the tank. Yep. I'd say this is one thing that is annoying about the main stories that I feel like could be nice if they didn't have, but I understand why they kind of have it because it's a good way of delivering the story. But the fact that you need to go into dungeons and trials and raids does make it so that you are really reliant on actually doing those things. Which means that sometimes you can be really unlucky and just have extremely long queue times. For example, if you, let's say that you play solo and you don't want to be a healer or a tank and you just go DPS, that's immediately on average 15-minute queue time, I would say. I would say probably on average. And now we've been sitting here for 15 minutes, just waiting for a raid to pop. So much fun. I actually thought this was gonna go a lot faster because I basically was kind of expecting it to. I was basically thinking that we could probably finish up the entirety of the Realm Reborn quest line. Those 8 hours that I had set off for this, but it's now been 5.5 hours so far. Oof, 24 man raid. Good luck. Thanks, copyright. And we'll get to the stream. Me and Solor have basically just been waiting for 16.5 minutes now for the queue to pop. Got the last one fairly fast. Yeah, the labyrinth was pretty fast to get. I think that it almost popped immediately, and then I think there was a healer that didn't accept, and then we got the almost an immediate queue pop again and got in that time. But apparently the circus tower is not very popular. It would just be really nice if this queue would soon pop so we could get on, because I really just want to finish up the Realm Reborn story today if possible, and I only have what, 2.5 hours left. What I've I would say I allocated, but I haven't technically allocated anything. It's just I wanted to do an 8-hour stream because I didn't do a stream yesterday, so yeah. What? Okay, apparently there's a lot of DPS that are like needed, it would seem. Or alliance raids, guild tests, and trials apparently. What? I feel like that's a little bit more rare to see. I have seen it a few times on like guild tests, but everything else has usually just been like, yes, the DPS is all one on Union Strike, maybe. They want fast queue times, yeah. Don't know why, but I'm kind of wondering if it's their demand. Yeah, kind of wondering if one of us actually went in as a DPS in the queue, or queued up as DPS, they would actually go like a lot faster. I don't know if that's actually the case or not, but if what I'm assuming is the case with like the roulettes, that they actually can like just get matched up with people that like queue for one thing, it might work. Wanna try? I mean, we can try and have one of us. Oh nope, never mind. Queue popped. Don't want to risk sitting through that like that amount again. We have a perfectly acceptable queue right here. You're going to the party, guys? Yep. As long as the last DPS and healer would accept. On all the DPS, all the tanks, last healer. Come on. How do I like A Realm Reborn? So far I like the game a lot. Will say there are few minor things that slightly annoy me. Mainly has to do with the whole thing of like, oh, you went somewhere and did a quest. Yeah, let's return to the Scion's home base, and you need to go through 2 loading screen doors in order to get to Minfilia, or to talk to her, or to then leave again. That gets a little bit annoying. But apart from that, that's I think the only thing that I really find annoying, just the loading screen doors to and from Minfilia. Unless of course the quest basically just is like one where I can just teleport from Minfilia's room to somewhere else. Ah yes, return to Vesper Bay, good times, yep. Pray return to Vesper Bay. Or, as they are saying now, pray return to Revenant's Toll, or whatever the hell the base is called. I don't remember. Like, that's the main thing I would say kind of annoys me. And also just the fact that, like, hey, you just beat A Realm Reborn's main story. Here's the second part. It's 80 quests. Plus, like, an additional, like, what, 6 quests from, like, related to this whole thing. Plus, you need to do some stuff with the trials as well in order to also progress. That's the only thing that, like, that is also a little annoying, but I can understand that they kind of had to, like, have a lot of quests in order to actually tell the story. Okay, now it's just a matter of seeing if I can actually figure out the mechanics for this raid, because I kind of looked them up before, and I watched a video earlier, but I don't exactly remember everything. And it's just spam holy. I'm remembering this like musical theme. That's from, I think it's The Fall, the song is called. What is that dungeon called again? I think it's like a late game dungeon. What's that one called again? I seem to remember this one to an extent. There's pillars, those around there, they need to be charged. With lightning, there's orbs that spawn, do different things. I believe this was lightning orb. Let's power all of them up. There's the mouse. Oh. Okay, I don't really know what happened, but apparently a lot of people died. Let's be honest, most of these stunt or raids, there's so much shit happening that I can't really figure out what is going on. I'm assuming it's just AoE spam. Stronger clones. And clones of the girl as well. Okay, someone already started the fight there. Guess he'll move out of that. People seem to just still need piercing. Assuming that's what we should just do. Apparently. Okay, hasn't been too far yet, or too hard far. Okay. Yeah. I think after this raid, I need to quickly take a short break because I just got a call from my dad just as we about to enter that fight. So yeah, he's basically see what it is he wants. I believe these things need to be killed probably as fast as possible. Otherwise they can silence the entire party. honestly, I literally do not know what is happening right now. Like, there's so much shit happening. I want to do something where I basically like turn off just health bars for everyone in the names for everyone in the alliance rate, so I don't see that, because that's way too much shit that I can't. It's basically taking up way too much stuff on screen for me to actually figure out what it is I'm looking at. Hey, Sandy, it was something like that. Okay, it's gonna be interesting to see if anyone is going to trigger the fight before I'm done watching the cutscene, and there is. Of course there is. Why is it that some people can't just wait for everyone to be inside? Some of us are sprouts that are trying to, like, I don't know, watch the cutscenes because we haven't seen them before. Where are we supposed to go now? I'm guessing kill these. I seem to remember this being something that needs to deal with. Just gonna spam this thing down. Okay, almost dead. Someone could technically have used a limit break there, but oh well. let's click here, read, and that's okay. I guess we're getting a cutscene, most likely. Yep.
Shauna. You did it. You defeated Emperor Xanda. Empires may rise and fall, but man's indefatigable spirit ever lives on. Truly, you are the champion we had hoped for, Shauna Majula. With Emperor Xanda now at eternal rest, his dark legacy may be undone.
Oh no, he's in Power Ranger armor.
What are you playing at now, Nero? In case you haven't noticed, Garland, these are dangerous rounds. Can a man be faulted for exercising due caution? At any rate, you needn't mind me. I am perfectly capable of looking after myself. Go on and finish what you came to do.
There are two ways that we may seal off Circus Tower, either isolate it from the outside world, or cripple its ability to produce energy. The choice of method is yours to make. Before you proceed, however, Doga and I must needs attend to a task.
That distortion. What is it?
The power that Xanda sought to obtain comes from the void, the world of darkness, our people called it. And the true nature of that power was none other than the armies of Voidsent.
Voidsent feed on ether, as you may already know, and no plane is richer in it than ours. In exchange for their allegiance, Xanda entered into an unholy covenant. He would open a gate through which the Voidsent could freely enter our world. The covenant, I'm afraid to say, is still in effect. However, being of the Emperor's lineage, and I believe that we can annul it. By his blood Xanda sealed his dark pact. By our blood it shall be undone. It is time.
Yes, Doga. Finally, we may fulfill our purpose.
Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha.
Oh no.
Be still my beating heart.
Oh, this is now
For a
Nero.
moment I feared that this outing would end in disappointment, but my readings were not mistaken. Not even the ultimate weapon compares to this. What are you going on about? The covenant is everlasting.
You're loving this text speech. It has produced some pretty silly moments. Like the fact that it can't say Sylph, but it does know how to say Sylphic. Don't know why. It's like magic, yep.
And so Merisidia is brought into the fold. Soon, all the world shall be united under Allagan rule. And yet, with every dream that becomes reality, the memory of death grows ever more vivid, an endless void, bereft of light and warmth. Though I may have defeated death, it did not leave me unscathed. Nay, its ravening claws have scarred my soul for eternity. Never shall I know peace. Beings without will. You cannot fathom my rage, my melancholy, my fear. What worth is wealth and power when all must inevitably be consigned to nothingness? If man has nothing, he need not know the pain of loss. So let there be nothing. Harvest more power, that the gate may be thrown full open. Let the cloud of darkness come and engulf the world, devouring all life, hopes, and dreams. Let all be returned to nothingness.
Okay. Guessing this is what leads into the third raid.
Shauna, pull yourself together. Is there no end to them? What in the seven hells is happening? Arg. Not now, damn it.
And there's a lot of them.
Nero. Were they part of your grand plan, too? Save your Japs, Garlund. I didn't put up with your arrogant face to play with worthless clones. Something controls them. A void scent, and no ordinary one at that.
Doga.
Confound it. Without them, there's no way to master the darkness. That power is mine. Nero.
He did it to himself.
The covenant shall be honored. I am the cloud of darkness. I shall devour your light, and return this world to the void.
And this was like, yoink, yep.
Damn it, the rift is gone. What are we supposed to do now? As much as it pains me to leave without them, there's precious little we can do. Let us return to the find and consult Rambros.
I'm just gonna teleport. It's gonna be a lot faster than riding all the way up to the gate and then flying. At least I think it is. I don't know if it actually is, but that's what I'm assuming. Alright. So I'm thinking once I complete this quest, I'm gonna quickly switch over to the brick/BRB screen, and then I'll try and figure out what it is my dad tried calling me about, just so I can figure out what it actually is. Something important. Because I have no idea what it actually could be.
All this happened within the tower? God's preserve. The rift that manifested before the throne was a void gate, of this I am certain.
We're gonna take this chance to use the little house. Alright.
There exist myriad kinds of void sent. The more powerful the being, the larger the gate must be for it to pass through. 'Twould seem that Xanda sought to open a gate of unprecedented proportions, one that would allow this cloud of darkness entry into our world. Fortunately for all mankind, he did not succeed. I shudder to imagine what this void sent is capable of. However dreadful it may be, we can't abandon our friends. Is there no way to save them? I will not lie to you, Master Garlund. The situation is bleak. Though void sent can enter our world, instances of men entering the void have never been documented. It pains me to give voice to my fears, but we do not even know whether our friends still live. Damn it! I feel so helpless. No, I refuse to give up. We must save Doga and Ane. We share the same eye, 'tis true, but that is not what motivates me. Above all, I wish to help them to fulfill their mission, a mission whose burden they have borne for thousands of years. And besides, we cannot leave matters as they are. So long as Xanda's Dark Covenant is binding, our world is in danger. 'Tis our duty to prevent the worst from coming to pass. Jiraha. Ever since meeting Ane and Doga, you have not quite been yourself. Tell me true, is all well with your eye? I honestly cannot say. I know only that there is a memory that I must recall. As a child, my father told me that the truth of our eye rests with Alig. The answer eludes me still, but one day I will find it. I am with Jiraha. However slim the odds, we must try to save Ane and Doga. And that bastard Nero as well, if only to make certain that he won't make any more mischief. You have the right of it. Though we have known them but briefly, Doga and Ane are our comrades. We cannot fail them. I shall consult experts and literature both. I swear to leave no stone unturned. Yet know that it may be a while before we are ready to act. I would ask that you all be patient. When dealing with the void, one cannot be cautious enough. My thanks again for your assistance. Pray rest now while you can. For when the time comes to go after our friends, you must be at no less than full strength.
Need to work on beating Shadowbringers. Need to get ready for the Endwalker. I already know that I am not gonna be anywhere close like Endwalker by the time it's out. Like, if I'm lucky, I could maybe be done with like Heaven's Ward by the time that Endwalker comes out, but I don't even remember when it is. I think it was like November, if I remember correctly, that it comes out.
We'll save them yet, Shauna. Mark my words.
Or was it like end of October? I remember it being like sometime in November that Endwalker was supposed to be released. I actually have no knowledge of Endwalker, like what's story-wise going to be there, what's supposed to happen. All I know is that there's 2 classes that's being introduced, and that's it. I've been playing for 3 months and you're just on post Stormblood. I think I've been playing since... Technically I've been playing since before, but I think I started this character in like August. and the only times that I've done any main story stuff has basically just been on stream, so it's taking a bit of time. Mainly because, yeah, some things just take a while to get done, and yeah, also sometimes I haven't really played. I think there was like one stream where I spent like 2.5, 3 hours on just like first like 2 parts of the White Mage Relic Weapon. And then there's also been like 3-ish, actually more like 4 weeks where I wasn't able to stream at all because either I was on vacation, I was home with my parents, like take care of their dog and their house, and then like the 2 past weeks I took a small break to basically work on some things. Yeah, I haven't done as much as I'd hoped. The game. Anyway, I'm just gonna quickly switch over to this and go ahead and man, life comes first. True. Yeah, as I said before, my dad called me like 24 minutes ago, so I'm just gonna quickly mute myself and then go in and try and figure out what it was he wanted to talk about. It might be like 5 minutes and I'm gone, it might be 15, I don't know. So I'll be back in hopefully not too long. See you guys in a bit. Okay, that was a pretty quick call actually. A lot shorter than expected it to be. My bad, yeah, my bad. My dad just wanted to know if I was coming home to my parents tomorrow or Saturday, because I don't know why they decided to plan this, but my parents basically just was like, hey, should we go out and watch the new James Bond movie together, like this weekend? And we all just, we're like, both me, my little brother, and little sister, we're just like, yeah, sure, we can do that. So we basically just need to like get home to them by Saturday, or yeah, Saturday, some point during the like morning-ish, latest, or morning, afternoon-ish. I just need to like give my mother a like heads up if I'm going home there tomorrow or Saturday. I just need to figure that out. Anyway, let's continue with the story. World of Darkness.
Ah, Shauna, it is good you are come. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, nor for Ane, Doga, and Nero imprisoned in the Dark Realm. Think back upon our last foray into Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Emperor Xanda. But you, Shauna, you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with the terrible void sent known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Ane labored to annul this contract, the entity reached through a rift and dragged the pair of them, and Nero, out of our realm. Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Ane, Doga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a far more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Emperor Xanda's orders, and collects energy to open another void gate even as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. We have done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail. Just as the gate would open only for Ane and Doga, so too will the tower heat only those with the royal blood of Alig. 'Tis a most galling design. Granted, this was not always so vexatious, according to the Alagan tombstone Nero presented us. During the golden age of Alig, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. If they hadn't such a technology, Amon and his underlings could never have controlled the Crystal Tower. But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood. Every moment we wait, a vast rift through which the Cloud of Darkness can enter our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower, and annul Xanda's covenant with the Dark Realm.
Wait a second, they say that they don't have anything with the royal blood. But didn't they say that this didn't like Doga and I'm forgetting the girl's name. They say something about him that the eye that he has, like the special red eye, that was something only people of the royal line had? Wouldn't that technically mean that he has the royal blood and should technically be able to control or like use those devices in theory? If I remember correctly, at least in terms of the information.
If only breaking the ladder would suffice. But then what of the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, that power could discharge and cause a calamity like to the one that destroyed Alig. In truth, we have more than just 3 lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. We know but one way out of this predicament: rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the Dark Realm, and seal the rift shut after them. And mercifully, not all our news is quite so bleak. 'Tis true we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting within the tower, but this can be to our benefit. We can use Circus's power for our own purposes, and create a portal to carry us into the Dark Realm. We have heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturges Guild well versed in otherworldly matters. And with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well underway. Ah, and here comes the man himself. Shauna. Just the woman we need. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, and all parties privy to our strategy. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well. The device is nearly ready, though attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity the Ironworks has got. But it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge at the 8 Sentinels as guides. And do hurry, Shauna. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? Well, Sid certainly seems to have a firm hand on the helm. Shall we make our way to the Crystal Tower?
Yeah, I don't really have much of a choice if I want to complete the main story. Actually progress to Heaven's Sword so I can continue with the with the game. I mean, I'm even like I'm almost at like max level for what Heaven's Sword it has. And I'm only like almost done with the Realm Reborn. Jesus. Okay, sounds a wedge.
Shauna, I'll bet you're here to watch us pry open a rift between worlds. We're almost ready. Circus Tower is full of engineers scurrying around and making adjustments. We're dealing with a lot of power, and if a single coupling's off, well, boom. But it should be fine. Really. Anyway, you'd best wait at the top. The chief's there overseeing the whole operation. My friends, you've arrived. I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal. Then, we'll see if we can't open a gateway to another world. Is there something amiss, Jiraha? Ah, Emperor Xanda's throne, how the mighty have fallen. Once, it stood as a symbol of Aleg's art and power. Now, it's nothing more than an empty chair.
Get back. Alright.
Just
Welcome
imagine
back.
if Alagan civilization had lived on, and a just emperor still sat on that throne. How different would our history be, how much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there was no stopping Xanda and his ambition. There were those who tried. Xanda's war of dominion left no one unscathed. Unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people, warriors young and brave took up the sword against Aleg.
Just in time for the next raid, it seems. Pretty much. Just need to get through the cutscenes to the point where it basically goes like, hey, the next raid is unlocked.
These men and women became as beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warriors of light in our age. But all this merely hastened the destruction. Just as they moved towards Aleg's heart for the kill, Xanda lashed out in anger and frustration, as trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Xanda desired that a great rift be opened to hasten the cloud of darkness's coming. To this end, he commanded the sun's power held within Dalamud be emptied into Circus Tower at once. The act bore terrible consequences. The tower only withstood the blast by flooding the land below with energy. Circus was swallowed by the very earth upon which it once stood. The fourth umbral calamity. I'd learned of its cause from Ane and Doga. I had no idea that rebellion incited Xanda to rashness, though. Your knowledge of Alagan history is astounding, Jiraha. Why, a man could study for 2 lifetimes and only learn half of what you know. Mayhap. 'Tis strange, though, I cannot seem to remember where I learned such things. Yes. Ah, Biggs, are you ready? Ready and raring to open up that void gate, Chief. We reckon when this machine's up and running, she'll be able to float 5 airships the size of the Agrius. So just give us the word, and we'll start channeling energy into the tower. Good. Then let's get started. Our preparations are complete. Everyone, step away from the throne. All right, let's see what this machine can do. Now, Biggs. A rift to the world of darkness, as Une called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. We can't break out the meat just yet. The tough part's still ahead. We've broken into the Dark Realm, but the gate's not all that stable, it won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I, for one, will remain here to ensure the Void Gate stays open. As will the Sons of Saint Koinak. This rift is our sole path to salvation. If it closes, we are all truly lost. Which leaves, Shauna. My friend, 'tis a heavy burden I must task you with, but there are none more able. Pray lead the adventurers beyond the rift. I do not know what awaits you, save the cloud of darkness and our 3 comrades. But you must go, for the fate of our world now rests upon your shoulders. This is our only gambit, but I have every faith you will succeed. It will be no small feat to return after you have passed beyond the rift. Make certain you are prepared before leaving.
Okay.
Might I have a moment of your time, Shauna? There is a matter of import we must needs discuss ere you leave.
Hey. I guess go and talk to him and basically get the, hey, this thing is unlocked now.
Shauna, I wish to speak to you about my eye. As you are no doubt aware, 'tis a trait seen only amongst Alagan royalty. Long I have pondered why such is my inheritance. The sanguine hue must have some bearing upon my destiny, this much Doga himself admitted. But what? In truth, the more I learn of the Crystal Tower, the less I am myself. Somehow, meeting those 2 clones has wrought great change in me. I am consumed with remembering something. Something ancient, but ever so important. And my father's words echo in my mind, the self-same ones his father told him, the truth of our eye rests with Alig. Mayhap what I wish to remember and these words are related. Mayhap not. But I know I must learn the truth that history hides from me. I would see this journey, our journey, through to the very end with mine own 2 eyes. So I implore you, allow me to join you beyond the rift. You have my thanks, my friend. Now, let us venture into the world of darkness, to save our comrades and our realm.
You get the pop-up? Yep. Okay. Okay, so before I queue us up, let me just quickly skim bosses, if there's anything specific. Okay, first boss, alright, so the first boss has basically like an AoE that covers half the that basically covers the entire arena, one red side and one white side apparently, and whichever one you stand in when you get it's cast, you basically get a debuff. And what you want to do is basically just swap every single time the cast is done, so that you stand in the white first, want to stand in the red next. Otherwise you take like 2,500 damage, and you get 3 stacks, you die. Old gaze, you want to basically look away from the boss. I don't really understand the roulette thing that is shown. Let's see. There's something called level 100 flare. Red ball spawns on a player and a red circle appears on the ground. So the ability tethers several players to one player. You need to run out of the circle to cancel the ability. Players in the red circle will take massive damage if the total number of players in the circle is an even number. Okay. Then there's level 150 Doom. Purple ball spawns on a player and a purple circle appears on the ground. This ability tethers several players to one player. You need run out of the circle to cancel the ability. Players in the purple circle will die if the total number of players in the circle is a multiple of 3. Okay. Next boss has an AoE. Apparently. Let's see. There's apparently some poisonous slimes that need to be killed so they don't join together. Apparently cast silence on the entire raid. There's something called Discordance, which is channeled by the boss. To kill 5 extra heads. I don't really understand that. It is something called the 5-headed dragon. Kill 5 extra heads, otherwise the raid will be wiped. Okay, the boss will occasionally mark a player with a white curved ball. When this happens, a small silence a raid. Have it then become a party instead? I honestly don't know. Let's see. One curved ball. When this happens, a small number of players, usually 3 to 5, stay on this player to split the damage. This does not happen, the player will receive 9,999 damage. Okay. See prominence. Red circles spawn on the ground. controlled by red and white balls. Kill the balls ASAP. Or they explode and deal damage. Red birth tether attaches to a player, inflicts a debuff. The player needs to run and touch another player before the debuff kills them. Okay. There's something called Heat Wave, which is a raid-wide tag which are used when the boss's HP is low. For 5 seconds, every action you take deals 500 damage. Yeah, the third boss, I kind of remember something about that. There's apparently each team has a different role. Apparently there's one team that needs to go into the boss's stomach. There's one team that needs like potentially like one team needs to like kill ants around the boss. One team needs to go inside the boss's stomach, and another team tanks the boss and chains it, apparently. Which I don't really understand. Or I kind of understand it, and you know what, I'm tired of reading all these things. Zolvar, are you ready to queue up? Or do you need to quickly do something? Ready? Alright. It'll be interesting to see if we get a long queue again. Oh, nope. That was a relatively short one. And are we gonna get a queue pop that actually goes through the first time? Is it gonna be like the other two where it just doesn't go through with like one person? Like, oh, first time. Nice. World of Darkness. Okay, so what is that? That's I think 7 stages. I can barely see anything in that area at this point. Maybe I should actually go ahead and turn effects on from other players off, so that it's easy for me to see shit. You know what? I might as well just do this stuff really quickly. That off. Okay, so I stood in the red debuff. These hourglasses need to be killed or something. Okay, stand over in the white. Ah, wait, what? What killed us there? I have no clue what just caused so many of us to die there. I think I might have messed up the Doom mechanic. That might have been it. Because the boss does like cast Doom on oh, stood the wrong place there. Shit. Oh. Oh, wrong one. Let's get some more healers up. It's almost dead. Okay, we did it. Jesus Christ, that was a hell of a fight, that one. I mean, this could probably have gotten a lot better, but at least we won. So that's something, I guess. That apparently went well. Yep. Like, I feel like it could probably have gone a lot better, but at least we won. What exactly are we supposed to do here? I don't understand the mechanic here. Nice. Five-headed dragon. Okay, and someone just immediately started fight. What are we supposed to do now? I'm forgetting. I really need to just turn off like effects from other players. at the very least minimize it. There's so many fucking effects all over the place. Looks like we might have like 3 disconnects or something. Oh. Don't stand in that swirling white stuff, apparently. Gotta say, this place looks pretty nice. And while we're moving, I might as well where is it that I turn off those effects? I don't see it. I think it's this one I need to go to. Wait, but here. Did we do it? I have no idea what happened. I guess we were supposed to go and kill things, but I don't know. Okay, so... And that guy is just running straight ahead, not waiting for everyone to get here. Okay, so from what I understand, Group B is supposed to get devoured. I can't move. But and now I'm dead. What is happening? Okay, wait. Oh? Okay, do I know about I don't know why I'm storing Danish there specifically, but I guess I'm just so like, what the hell is happening kind of about this whole situation? But okay, I'm kind of hoping that maybe they would go over the strats, because I still have no goddamn clue as to what we're supposed to do here. How do we have so many people who are just disconnected? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck happened? What happened? Where did everyone go? What the fuck? Sure. Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly read up on Cerberus what it is. Okay, Let's see here. Okay, so stand in the purple goo. Get eaten by the boss. Do not stand in the purple goo if you don't have the mini debuff, as Cerberus will kill you. How do I get the mini debuff? Didn't even know that there wasn't inside. Yeah, apparently Team B is usually supposed to get eaten by Cerberus and basically kill things inside him, which will apparently put him in a weakened state. The thing is just that I have no idea how to get the, like, small buff. Like, you're apparently supposed to get, like, debuffed. So how the fuck do we get that? Ah, Gastic Orb. So next to the Gastic Orb, mobs get hit by the mini spell and shrunk to a small size. Stand in the purple goop to get eaten by the boss. Once inside, kill the ants on the wall in his stomach. Okay, so that is how you do it. I feel like that is a, like, the game came out today. I'm guessing Metroid Dread, or was that tomorrow? It's tomorrow. And I don't know what game came out today. Or at least I can't think of any games that I... Gold Source is like empty. Ah, that is kind of weird. That is not a thing that usually happens. There's at least always someone there. Guess that was a massive DC then, maybe? Gonna quickly do a little search on the Final Fantasy XIV tag. We're like in prime time, yeah. Ah. Yeah, apparently, from what I can see, there are some people who basically, like, posted that, like, on Twitter that are just posting, like, are the EU servers down or something? Stuff like that. Not a whole lot of posts by that, on those lines, but there seems to be. I'm actually wondering, what? Is there any messages like that over in the FC Discord? Well, I see right now. I guess there has just been like a massive disconnect. Maybe it was like in some countries that just like lost connection. Who knows? Come on, last DPS. I would say, I think around like the second boss, or maybe it was like after the first boss, we already started having like 1 or 2 people that were DC'd. Still really need to turn off effects on the like from other players, I feel like. 'Cause I could not see anything there and I just died. Get out of that. Why did it just say that? Why did it just go from like light party to full party and back again? What? Okay, can I? Just a member? Okay. Where do I find those settings? Ah. There we go. Limited effects. Okay, go to red. Debuff to begin with. Okay, get out of that shit. Okay, get to the white side. What just happened there? So many people just died. almost vigorous a person again. And Solar's dead again. Where's dead? Shit. Okay. Holy shit. There's so much shit happening. Oh, and I just noticed we're in Team B again, so we need to make sure that we actually get eaten this time by the Cerberus boss. At least we want to make sure that we win. Are you supposed to alternate to avoid that? Yeah. Gar. But on top of like the alternating thing, you also need to, like, at some points the like flying boss that we just fought, it also casts a spell where it gets like an eye on it, where you need to turn away, like turn your character literally away from it, otherwise you get the Doom debuff, which kills you instantly if you if it basically runs out. And if you get it on you, you basically need to like step one of the like glowing panels, as far as I understand it at least. I honestly still don't really know what is happening during this thing. I just feel like there's way too much stuff to still figure out. Like in this one, there's just so much shit. It's almost dead. 2% left. Just gonna go in here and let's not show any of that. Others don't show that either. Just to make it a little bit easier to see what is happening. I feel like there's way too much like stuff appearing. Okay, I believe this is Cerberus again. Yep. Yep, I'm still alive. And we're in the World of Darkness right now. We did technically fail it before, but that was because we had no idea how to actually do the mechanic of going in the stomach. Plus, over half the raid also DC'd. So we just need to make sure that we follow triangle, it seems. That'll basically just get us where we need to go. So get small, get eaten. kill stomach walls, it even is. Okay, and we can flush out. Thrown up, I don't know which way to take any of this. Okay, that's a lot of shit all over the place. And it's dead. Nice. Well, the question is just, what is the strategy for this one? Because I have no clue. Also, it's gonna be interesting to see if anyone is just gonna start the fight before everyone enters the arena. Yep, someone started already. Thankfully it wasn't too far from the start of this. I'm going to assume just keep spamming until shit happens. I guess someone needs to stand in each of those. I'm going to assume that's the case at least. Okay, that rest was maybe not as useful, because he got just completely annihilated there. Oh. Did not notice that she was there. He didn't take the rest. Oh well. Still, you did it. Yay. To that guy. Okay, what is this cutscene gonna be? Is it that we find those 3?
Where in the 7 hells are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the Cloud Aids are cause little. Doga. Ane. Can you hear me? Nero. Must you be so infernally loud? Are you so keen to attract more void scent? Though I don't blame you for missing my company. Thank the 12. Are you all right?
What is happening with Nero? Why is he all purple?
As all right as can be expected. Ane has simply passed out. Nero, by the gods. What's happened to you? Alas, his wounds were too deep, and allowed this foul place entry to his body. Now, the darkness claws at the ether of his very form. Would that we could have protected him. The cloud of darkness was bound by Xanda's unholy covenant to bring prosperity to Alagan royalty. The same blood that sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. I say a measure, for this vow does not protect us from other void scent. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and simply couldn't let harm befall you here.
Where?
Ane. You are safe, our friends have come for us.
Have they? Then perhaps, Doga, there is yet hope we may fulfill our purpose.
Mortals. You have dared to challenge me, and now must feel my wrath. Did you think to destroy me in my realm? Here, I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. Are we truly so powerless here? As long as we fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. If we strike now whilst the cloud can barely hold her form, mayhap we can sever Xanda's covenant.
Yes, and raise the bridge between the Crystal Tower and this foul place once and for all. Shauna, Jiraha, you must flee.
You and Doga mean to stay here? 'Tis madness. You must return with us. No one but you can save the world from the threat of the Crystal Tower. What is this trickery? Your blood. You too gain protection from Xanda's blood.
Jirahatia. You are possessed of royal blood. That is why the royal eye runs in your line. 'Tis a gift you have inherited. Jiraha, you have been granted authority over the Crystal Tower.
I had thought time would consume all of Alec that was. That a man should still live with his forebears' blood in this age can be no coincidence. Some person must have planted this gift in your line, and used the highest of Alagan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like to recognize you as Alagan, not as you are now. But your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth: within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all, the light of hope. But, how should I use this light? Pray, tell me.
You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Jiraha. Though its effects will be but ephemeral, it will bolster the Alagan presence within you.
This is our gift to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the royal eye are bound by fate to Alag. Our part in this journey is to bury Xanda's dark ambitions in the past. This was the true Ane and Doga's purpose, one we have carried into the future. Know that as long as this light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain, even if our bodies are lost.
Okay. Red eyes.
You must leave us as well, Nero. I am sorry we could not live up to your expectations.
I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it whilst defending us. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero. But do not give up. There are many other paths that await you.
Of course they do. Doga, Ane, I. Thank you. We shall never forget you. Now, Shauna, Nero, let us quit this place. You shall not escape me, impudent children of light.
No, you shall not escape us. Here, Xanda's blood-stained dreams of glory end.
There. The glint of light. It grows faint. Then the bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's annulment. If that light dies, we are stranded here. Hurry.
Well, Nero can't continue.
Nero, no. You must move. Leave me. I don't need you. If I die here, it'll be because I bloody well decided to. I failed to master darkness. I'll not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. Do what you will with it. But remember me, son of Alig. I am Nero Tol's Savat, the man who'll yet outdo Alig and Garlund. That was what you hoped to.
So Tara can be a beacon of hope for mankind.
Go, damn you. Must move onwards. This is not where I come to rest. But how did? So those damn clones did it, after all. Now, onwards.
Oh my god, that sounds so weird.
You owe me, Nero.
Fucking do it, it had to be Sid. Who else would do that?
The hells I do.
Like any sort of scream or laugh just sounds so weird with the text to speech. It just doesn't sound good.
You are returned unharmed, thank the gods. When that void gate started to close, I had never felt so powerless in all my life. We were running about like madmen, trying to keep the gate open, and then the chief actually went and dived in. But if you're all SA, Where are Ane and Doga? They're not. I see. I will miss the two of them dearly, but I am happy they fulfilled their purpose. We who live on must still attend to the Crystal Tower, though we now have no one able to seal it. That is not true, my friend. Ane and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the Crystal Tower. Jiraha. Yes, I can see it in your eyes. Good. Then let us put an end to this, and seal away the tower. I understand your instinct, Rambros, but please, give us a moment to rest. I am weary to the bone, and Nero and Shauna are both emerged from long battle. Of course, you have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell, and repair to Saint Koinika's find. No one but you could have succeeded in the world of darkness, Shauna. With that I could have been of more use beyond the rift. As it stands, I was but a vessel for Doga and Ane's blood. Have I remembered what I wished to? Yes, something has come back to me. Gaining royal blood and witnessing true bravery has reminded me of my forebear's dearest wish. But we need not speak of these things now. It was not my place to keep you. Pray go on ahead of me, there is something small I would do before I return. I could not have asked for a better comrade. If only I could have been a part of your adventures for longer, Shauna. Alas, fate dictates I have a different role to play. A wish hidden for millennia, and brought to light by the good people of Noah. Now, finally, 'tis my time to see it realized.
Okay. What up here is because I still feel that's a little bit faster. And that way. Alright, so once I complete this quest, I just need to do one more.
I cannot express how glad I am you returned safely, Shauna, and with the means to dispel the threat of the Crystal Tower for good.
Actually, just quickly check that. Yep, there's one more quest from this line that I need to do in order to progress the main quest.
Rest if you will, and then let us free ourselves from the specter of the Alligans.
Light of hope.
I trust you have rested, my friend. Good. I wish to seal the tower now, but there is something we must do first. Let me summon the others, and hear in full what happened beyond the rift. So the Allagan that runs in Jiraha's line does mean that royal blood flows in his veins. I suppose it is not so odd to think his forebears gained it via ancient technology. But who imbued his family with the blood, and for what purpose? Mayhap all this was fate, from discovering the tower to Jiraha gaining Ane and Doga's blood. Has Jiraha said anything? For that matter, where is Jiraha? And what of Nero? I'm not sure about our resident historian, but Nero left the tower with me. Where he's vanished to since, I cannot say. But knowing him as I do, I don't believe he'll scheme against us for the time being. Though he is still Nero. Shauna, you say Jiraha stayed behind at the Crystal Tower. I wonder if he even now prepares to seal the place off.
Master Rembros. Master Rembros. 'Tis Jirahatia, sir. He came into the Crystal Tower, and began ordering researchers out.
What? Why would he do such a thing?
I do not know, sir, but he was quite insistent. He all but bodily forced me out of the gates. I suppose it's possible he told one of the others, but I wasted no time in finding out. I thought it best to hasten here and ask your guidance.
Very well. Let us go and speak with these researchers, and get to the bottom of this queer business. Master Garland, Shauna, please come with me. No doubt Jiraha means to seal off the Crystal Tower, but it worries me that he did not breathe a word of his plan to us.
Okay, please don't be a long quest this one. And where exactly do we need to go? All the way up there. I have to say, this is another thing that I kind of find annoying about this game sometimes. The fact that it sometimes has unnecessary amounts of just extended like travel that you need to do, because like, why could we just get moved down here instead? Yeah, travel time, like the game has sometimes extended travel time that I feel like is absolutely just a wasted time for the player, because it's like, just fucking move us, just move us, or better yet, make it so that we can just fucking fly instead of like having to travel from there down here, go through the gate, and then run over here. Just fucking remove that thing. I know it makes sense in terms of like, oh, this is how it actually is. Like, he just said, let's just all move down here. Just fucking move us. Just fucking move us. Instead of being like, oh yeah, you need to move down there yourself.
What in the world was Jirahatia thinking, demanding we leave the tower? No doubt you want to know why. I wish I knew that myself. Of course, he would tell me nothing. But he will be honest with you, miss, I am certain of it. Go no further, my friends. The doors will close ere long. So you are of a mind to seal the tower, Jiraha? I know time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please, come here so we can discuss this. No. My apologies, but I cannot. Come, man, what is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help. Not this time, my friend. Just as Ane and Doga fulfilled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth has always lain with Alig. Or, rather, 'twas there the wish I must grant was born. You see, not all the world perished in Xanda's calamity. Survivors stood amidst the ruins of Alig, looking to the Crystal Tower. But it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped its spires would again dominate the land, and prayed that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. Word of this soon reached the only member of Alig's royalty to outlive the Empire, the Princess Selena. Selena was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used the very best of Alig's technology to give her blood and memories to he whom she trusted most. That man was my forebearer. For millennia, we waited. Alig's art and ingenuity faded. Our royal blood grew thin. But before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all this returned to me. And now, I must fulfill the wish of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. Jiraha, the Crystal Tower's strength poses too great a threat to Eorzea now. We would need technology as advanced as Alig's to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand the tower's workings. Hells, we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Cid. We could wait for someone, someday, to reach the same heights as Alig, but by then we will have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. But what if I do as Amon did, and put the tower into a deep sleep? What? You cannot mean that? I am deadly serious, Cid. The tower may only be used once men rival the Alligans in knowledge. I will slumber within Circus Tower until then, to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then, I will guide them. And thus will the tower shine forth as the beacon of hope it was meant to be. 'Tis the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. future is where my destiny awaits. But yours lies outside of these doors. Go. Create a future where hope reigns, and the tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish such things. Nothing we say will make you change your mind, will it? Onwards to a brighter future. It won't be easy, of course. But that's exactly why we'll do it. We'll catch up with Alec, just you wait. We'll cover all that lost ground before you even know it. Well said, Wedge. It'll only be a few years before we come knocking, Jiraiya. Then you're in for a rude awakening. You shall be witness to Noah's accomplishments. Pray keep alive our successes, and forgive us our failures. And may we meet again, my friend. The 12 keep you till then, Rambros. I look forward to learning of your exploits. And you, Shauna, I know history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be the star by which I chart my course when I awake. Well, now I must rest. Recalling so much has put me in the mood for sleep. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await a future born of your courage and the ancients' wish. The crystal tower slumbers again, then. 'Tis too quiet for my taste. Goodbye, Sid. I must put all this at my back. Possibility beckons, and I am bound to follow. A new dawn has come for me.
Okay. And of course, back up there. Go Power Rangers. I mean, he wasn't in his Power Ranger outfit right there, but still. I have to say, this questline specifically, holy shit, some of these cutscenes took a while to get through. I don't mind the long cutscenes all the time, but I feel like basically every single cutscene in this quest has just been like, hey, let's just have it be like a, I don't know, like 5-minute long cutscene, even when it's like text-to-speech that goes over it.
You have just missed Sid, Shauna. There is much that needs his attention if he is to fulfill Jiraiya's wishes, it seems. But this is not the end of Noah, no matter how lonely Saint Koinica's find has become for our friend's departure. We must all walk in different directions now. Remember that we labor for a brighter future, lit by Jiraiya's beacon. Sealing the Crystal Tower was but the first step. Farewell, my friend. May our paths cross again.
Okay. Light of Hope has been
You have completed the Crystal Tower quest series. By speaking with Sile at Saint Koinica's Find, you can accept a quest that allows you to trade items obtained by repeating Crystal Tower Alliance raids. The next main scenario quest can be accepted by speaking with Minfilia at the Rising Stones.
So yeah, is it? Apparently there's a person called Sile. This person basically has a quest called Hardly Noah. Just need to speak to someone in Revenant's Toll. Feel that you have to wear the Power Ranger get up to be one. True. And then there is the gift of the Archmagus, which requires me to get a Pearl of the Labyrinth, Pearl of the Tower, and a Pearl of the Darkness. Deliver those. But I don't know if that's I don't know if this quest is still available.
Adventurer,
just
may I
connect this
ask a
one.
favor of you? I am sorry to trouble you so soon after your trials in the Crystal Tower, but my colleague KOH Rabanta has gone missing. She discovered the oddest orb deep within the tower, and said she was returning here to analyze it. No one has seen her since, though she is too timid a girl to have run off with her find. She probably just left to gather artifacts or materials in Revenant's Toll for her studies. But all the same, could you go and look for her there? I cannot shake the feeling something has befallen her.
So yeah, that's basically just a continuation of this quest line, but it's only like 1 or 2 quests, and apparently the last one, this line called the Gift of the Archmagus, which is the one after this one, apparently it's no longer possible to do, I think. There you go.
Is there something I can help you with? You seek KOH Rabanta? Well, you have found the right body, but she is not at home, so to speak. This lovely girl you see before you is known as KOH. But another soul dwells within her at present, mine, to be precise. You are speaking with none other than Noah, Archmagus of Alig. My scholarly works are legend, my treatises of the cosmos priceless, and my very name known throughout the world. Or 'twas so once. My soul has whiled away the millennia within an orb. KOH awoke me from my slumber, and well, how could I pass up a chance to walk the world again? So I allowed my spirit to flow into her body, and here we are. Forgive me, but you do not seem overly bewildered by this. Would I be wrong to assume you belong to the scholarly fellowship that carries my name? As I thought. KOH revealed this Noah when I entered her mind. Oh, but do be at ease, I bear you no ill will for using my name. I am, however, intrigued. What discoveries has this organization made? Has it made any findings of note to begin with? You act in my name, and so are as disciples to me. I will give you my blessing after you have proven your intellectual worth. Such is my wont. So, are you deserving? You have dedicated yourself to creating a brighter future, eh? Then we may be alike in spirit. When I lived, I had a thirst for knowledge, and dedicated myself to understanding the world. 'Twas how I became an archmagus. You may yet become a disciple of mine. I would learn more of your journey into the Crystal Tower. If I can see your dedication amongst your exploits, I will be happy to give you a token of my immense wisdom. Pray do not expect too much, though, there are limits to what I can do in this body. Whose owner you were seeking, of course. Well, I will make sure that KOH's friend learns of what has happened, some version, at least. And worry not, this body is in safe hands. And I believe that is the shape of it. If my offer has tantalized you and you wish to prove yourself in my eyes, you certainly know where to find me.
Okay. Apparently there should be another quest from this person. Ah, yeah. But apparently it's not really how it works. I don't really understand it, but apparently, like, it says here, basically, like in the walkthrough on the console games wiki, this quest used to award encrypted tombstone, carbonite, or carbon wine, or carbon coat. Previously used to upgrade Ironworks gear. Those items were removed in patch 5.3, and all Poetics gear now comes augmented. As such, this quest was rendered somewhat obsolete, and the new rewards are available much more easily elsewhere. So it's a repeatable quest, but you basically get I think it's an elegant catalyst, which is used for level 50 and apparently a little bit 70. Actually, a level 50 is 60. Yep, and 170 crafting recipes. And the ether oil. The ether oil is apparently used for animal weapons. Okay. That is apparently specifically the level 60, I believe. Level 60, it seems. Animal weapons or Evan's Ward. Right. Well, that just means that we now have a few more quests from the main quest line left. Kind of want to quickly just look at the quests and like how many steps there are, because depending on how many there are, I might just save this for tomorrow. Let's see, we have 4 quests left. Okay, the first one here just has 1 step, and that is talk to Minfilia on the Royal Promenade. Next one has like 5 steps and it seems easy enough. The third one is just talk to a few people, and the last one is just talk to someone. Let's see, what time is it currently? It is 7:46 in the evening. I still need to make dinner as well. Thankfully it's only something relatively easy, but kind of don't want it to be like extremely late when I eat, because it does take like around an hour to make the oven and cook time and everything. So you've not had dinner yet. You should probably also think of having dinner then, Solvar. I think I'm probably gonna save the last 4 quests for tomorrow. I don't know how long the quest will actually take, but I get the feeling that they're probably gonna take more than like 30 minutes, maybe like an hour, and at that time it'll be like what? Almost 9. Yes, we went to the Crystal Tower. We sure did. But yeah, I had kind of hoped that maybe we could have finished up the main quest today, but I guess due to the fact that we ended up spending a decent amount of time in the queue at one point, like the second one, and the fact that we had to like redo part of the what was the third one, I believe. Let's redo. It did take a little bit longer than I had hoped. Plus, I ended up also sitting and reading the tactics and didn't really understand them. But yeah, I think I'll just probably end the stream for today and just pick up from here tomorrow and see if I can finish up the main story. And since it'll probably be not that long, I might try and figure out something else I can do. I probably won't continue the main story though of Heaven's Ward, but I'll probably think of something else that I can do. Anyway, let's hop over to Switch and see if there's anything I might want to do. Let's see, or not anything I want to do, but anyone that I can host maybe that are streaming. Let's see. Only person that is streaming that I follow is Lenny, who is Lenny was playing Dark Souls 2 for some reason. I don't know why he's playing Dark Souls 2. Because it doesn't really say anything. Usually he has some like title of like, hey, this is what I'm doing, but it just says, I forgot my Dark Souls 2 PB. Assuming it means personal best in this concept, like what it means. Then it's like, and then it's like 2 cowboy emotes, and then it just says it's like 1 hour something. Yeah, I guess he's trying to do a speedrun of sorts, maybe. I don't know, but I think I'll just go ahead and host Lenny. Yeah, I have no idea what it is he's trying to do in the game. No clue. Anyway, I guess I'll just host Lenny, and I'll probably see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. He's trying to break Dark Souls 2 so hard, sends him into wild RP. Maybe. Could be a thing that he's trying to do. I also just noticed on Twitch that they actually came out, that they basically sent like a notification out that hey, make sure that you reset your password and all that stuff, and like set up your stream keys again. It's one of the ones where you need to manually put it in. Yeah. Oh, I think I also got a mail about it. Yeah. Guess I'll just end the stream for now and should hopefully be back tomorrow, because I think I'll just head down to my parents Saturday, even though I have to deal with the bus and just public transport in annoying times. But yeah, Twitch had a big leak, a very big one apparently. But yeah, I think I'll just go ahead and say see you guys later, and thanks everyone for dropping by. It was very nice. I feel like I got a lot of stuff done, even though we had to do a little bit of waiting sometimes for queues and for me repeating strategies that I didn't understand. Really not do that anymore. Yeah, see you later, Solvar, and thanks for dropping by. Same goes to Nerdy and what's that other guy's name? Copyright. Thanks all of you for dropping by, and anyone else who might have been lurking in the chat watching the stream. I don't know if there was anyone. Kinda hard to know if they don't say anything in chat, but if there was anyone, thanks for dropping by. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome, Solvar. Yeah, I guess I'll just see you guys tomorrow, and if not, then I should be back on Sunday, I hope. But I doubt that there's anything that should prevent me from streaming tomorrow. So yeah, I should probably just end it out before I continue talking, so I can actually go and get some dinner. So until next time, guys, I'll see ya.